democracy. In other words, we're right in the middle now. And I wanted to sort of suggest 4 points. The first, which I think is obvious to our Indian friends, is that America and the United States alone will not work. Strong AI partnerships will be important to all aspects of the competition. The United States, with its current and political partners, potential partners, must use the moment to renew their commitment to protecting individual rights, restoring commercial competition built on fair rules, and strengthening defense alliances that have kept the peace in Europe and in the Pacific for 75 years. I don't want to lose that. Second, look, I think partnerships are not easy. AI presents genuine conundrums from U.S. partners. Many are conflicted about America's tech dominance, looking to avoid getting trampled in a superpower competition, and they want to forge their own AI futures anyway. Notably, privacy concerns, fear of economic dependence encourage European leaders to assert their technological sovereignty. In the Indo-Pacific, China's looming presence presents obstacles to deepening ties among democracies. Many states are leery about publicly choosing sides. This is a problem. Third, a shared sense about China is building. The issues that divide us must not overwhelm the principles that unite us. Many states now see the strategic threat of building their digital future on Chinese infrastructure. They recognize the nature and magnitude of the risk posed by the Chinese companies harvesting data in service of the interests of the Chinese Communist Party. And like us, they abhor China's use of AI to supercharge surveillance, oppress minority groups, and impose ideological conformity. Fourth, partnership must be about a positive AI agenda. The AI futures that our partners yearn are not so different from what Americans seek. The development of AI can be a shared endeavor, if you will, for a shared benefit. Research collaboration, pools of data to refine algorithms, principles for employing AI tools ethically and responsibly all benefit from our collective thought and action. And this is especially true for democracies who need to be more united than we are. I visited India last year with Dr. Kissinger, and I continue to be amazed by the potential of your people and technology. India is a great partner today. It'll be critical and a stronger partner tomorrow. India is a natural centerpiece of a coalition of democracies and a stronger bilateral partner. It possesses a thriving innovation economy, tremendous tech talent, shared democratic values, and a common interest in building a bulwark against authoritarianism in the Indo-Pacific region. Again, we have alignment here. The United States and India have a strong science and technology relationship. In the past 2 decades, the countries have been working closely on cyber, on information and communications technology, and in other areas. And in each of these areas, the dialogue has expanded in terms of quantity and quality. The US and India have also been partners in leading international forums around the development of this international normative and technical standards for AI and associated technologies, which is crucial for our development of all of this. Beyond the S&T context, there are growing connections between the two nations, India and the United States, around our shared security concerns. There's something called the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue among the United States, India, Japan, and Australia, which seems to be gaining strength. In October of this year, the nation's leaders met at the US-India 2+2 Ministerial Dialogue, where all the parties welcomed the elevation of this comprehensive global strategic partnership, which is vital, in my view, and I think in the United States' view, to security and stability in the region and in the world. But we think that there is room to grow, and we believe that it's imperative that these nations work together to address these geopolitical challenges and rapid advancements, if you will, in AI and emerging tech. So as part of this, the commissioners and I in our AI Commission have recently proposed a formal US-India Strategic Tech Alliance, literally a formal activity of the US government, to develop a regional tech strategy and collaborate on joint research and development projects, talent exchanges, aligning our regulatory regimes, and using AI to address common societal concerns. The Commission sees the Tech Alliance as a critical step in the strategic focus or refocus of U.S. policy in the Indo-Pacific region around emerging technology with India as its focal point. The Tech Alliance would build on the already strong relationship that we already have between the two largest democracies and focus on developing and implementing a strategy for emerging technology in this region. We recommend that this Tech Alliance involve periodic high-level meetings to develop an overarching strategy on issues involving emerging technology in the region. It would be supplemented with regular working groups to develop concrete operational venues for cooperation in the way that would be obvious. But I would suggest advanced joint research and development projects around AI, talent exchanges and talent flows, a range of issues on innovation, including emerging technology investment, aligning export controls, investment screening, and intellectual property rights, and the development of AI for societal application, and of course, using AI to counter disinformation. That list is a pretty good list for us to start with. We've also asked the United States Department of State to partner with India's Ministry of External Affairs to hold an inaugural high-level meeting and to use that meeting to agree on a concrete agenda, if you will, for collaboration. We also recommend that the U.S. government pursue formal AI cooperation agreements in the overall region, the Indo-Pacific region. This includes deepening the cooperation that the U.S., Australia, India, and Japan have through this Quad that I mentioned earlier. This recommendation builds on the growing support for the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue and the other nations in the Pacific region to focus on AI cooperation for both defense and security purposes. There's so many areas in which the two countries can deepen their collaboration. We think it would be particularly fruitful to examine joint R&D in advanced AI applications, talent exchanges, aligning investment screening and export control regulations, coordinating on patent protections, and exploring ways to create and use AI tools to counter disinformation and help address social needs. I spent a fair amount of time in Bangalore, as you know, because of Google, and before that because of Novell. And I know that there's tremendous talent and tremendous teams working between India and the United States already. I'd like to make those recommendations and collaboration stronger and more formal. Let me conclude that my optimism in this alliance is anchored in my faith of how America approaches the world. A U.S. call for partnership is not a demand for subservience. American interests are best served by leading voluntary coalitions. Literally, what is best for India? What is best for America? I think that they're in alignment. It's a natural peer relationship. So these opportunities for partnerships, scientific, educational, commercial, and military, are boundless. The opportunity let's say it differently, the opportunity that is driven by AI is anchored in the American creed. As John F. Kennedy said, diversity and independence, far from being opposed to the American conception of world order, represent the very essence of our view of the future of the world. I really look forward to the rest of the discussion today. Thank you all and enjoy the show.
Thank you, Eric, for that excellent address. Of course, you covered the Indo-US relationship. You also talked about the need for an architecture for cooperation between the US and India and the need for joint R&D. I really value your optimism in this whole voluntary alliance to address the challenges of artificial intelligence and ICT going forward. It was a pleasure having you with us, but the formal vote of thanks will be done by Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President FICCI. We are waiting for the Honorable Minister to join us, so we will continue the session once the Minister joins us later in a few minutes. So thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have amongst us the visionary leader whose guidance has established India as a global standard for digital transformation. Shri Ravi Shankar Prasad, Honorable Minister for Law and Justice, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Before we hear the Honorable Minister, I request Mr. Sudhir Jalan, Past President FICCI and Chairman Neo Foods Private Limited, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the Honorable Minister of Law, Justice, Communication, Electronics and Information Technology of the Government of India, Shri Ravi Shankar Prasad. It is indeed an honor, sir, and privilege to have you with us at the FICCI's 93rd annual session. Sir, under your dynamic leadership and tremendous efforts, the ICT and digital economy sectors of India continue to move forward at a very scorching pace and have reached new heights in the global arena. With more than 700 million internet subscribers, India ranks as world's second largest market in terms of total internet users as well as app economy. May it be in exponential growth in digital payment system or rapidly increasing electronics manufacturing units over the last few years, we have witnessed tremendous growth in the information and communication technology sector. The achievements of your ministry, especially during the difficult year 2020, would be incomplete without noting the leadership role that you and your officers have played in delivering the PLI scheme for electronics manufacturing. The scheme has already started delivering results. Further, it has become the role model based on which the scheme has coming on 10 other sectors which have been allocated PLI budgets. This is pioneering and seminal work that you have led with a horizon period of 5 years. We would also like to congratulate you for the recent launch of PM Wi-Fi Access Network Interface to unleash a massive Wi-Fi network in India. Ravi Babu, we are sure that PM Vani will not only create employment but also enhance disposable incomes in the hands of the small and medium entrepreneurs and boost the GDP of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this year has been very difficult for the nation, as also for the world. We are facing global health crisis, COVID-19, which is attacking societies at the core. The financial and social loss caused by COVID-19 is unprecedented. However, we should take this opportunity to establish India as a hub of technology innovation and manufacturing, and the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat is a timely step in the right direction. In this rapidly evolving digital era, data is the core of every information, acting as a catalyst of growth and economic revival. As a nation, we must identify the new innovative ways forward to become a competitive digital economy to surpass the global leaders. The government has already initiated its efforts toward building a robust data protection framework, and FICCI as an industry chamber, along with its members, will be happy to work with the Government of India for the same. We assure you, sir, that FICCI will work with the government for the growth and development of our nation. May I request you now, the Honorable Minister, to share your vision to us. Thank you. Sir, you are on mute. Ravi Babu, you are on mute. So you're still on mute, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Now okay.
Respected Sudhir Babu, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, good friend Uday Shankar. It is nice to talk to the FICCI convention digitally during these challenging times. I have been attending all your functions physically, but this is indeed indicating of the times we are in. But every challenge also offers a great opportunity. Before I outline that as to what we did, how we handled the challenges of the COVID, very briefly may I convey to this August gathering as to how the digital India ecosystem, which we conceived, which we finalized, which we sought to put on the ground, created a great enabling atmosphere to face the challenge of COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, Digital India, simply put, is designed to empower ordinary Indians with the power of technology. Most important, bridging the digital divide and bringing in digital inclusion. As we say in Hindi, Samaveshi Digital Bharat Banana. And this must be achieved through technology which is homegrown, developmental, and low cost. As Sudhir Babu said, India population of 1.3 billion plus, 1.2 billion mobile phone, 1.26 billion Aadhaar card. By leveraging all this with the Jan Dhan account, how we created a new ecosystem of delivery of welfare measures. In 440 government schemes, nearly Government of India and states, we have delivered 13 lakh crore in the last 5.5 years to the bank account of the poor, Manrega payment, gas connections subsidy, food subsidy, etc. And you know how much we have saved? 1,70,000 crores, which used to be pocketed by middlemen and fictitious claimants. During this COVID, we sent close to 70,000 crores in the bank account of the needy, which was required to help them overcome this crisis. We have sent close to 1 lakh crore to 10 crore farmers in the entire Kisan Samman Nidhi, whereby we give the 6,000 rupees every year, 2,000 every quarter. The inclusive character of Digital India, which we had conceived, could ultimately reach the common people's life through digital delivery without any middleman. When the COVID came, the issue posed a serious challenge. And then we came with the idea of work from home. There was a lot of issue of regulatory requirements, issue of financial requirements. I said, remove all this. I don't want work of Indian IT, BPM industry to suffer. And today, 85% of India's IT industry continue to work from home. And now we have finalized it. PM said, make it permanent. And now you can work from anywhere. So this is a great support which we could give to the IT industry during these challenging times. And the whole world is applauding that. Thereafter, digital education, digital payment. I just wanted to give one particular instance to the friends. In the UPI transactions, in the month of November 2020, has hit an all-time high of 2.21 billion transactions worth 3.90 lakh crores. So India is emerging as a big fintech industry. UPI again homegrown, Aadhaar again created by Indian scientists. This whole GSTN again created by Indian entrepreneurs. Ayushman Bharat, the digital payment of 5 lakh to the needy people of the country for medical health care, again being managed digitally. The Prime Minister announcing from the ramparts of Red Fort on the 15th of August, I want to have a digital health identity card for every Indian. Now you see the entire ecosystem. Digital public platforms being created with the effort of Indian entrepreneurs, Indian mind, Indian industry, homegrown, low cost, and delivering all the entitlement to the people of the country. Therefore, when I'm talking to the friends of the FICCI, they need to know that what we had conceived in 2015, Digital India program when we launched, has now come on the ground. We also needed digital infrastructure to reinforce that. You know that we have taken BharatNet to 250,000 Gram Panchayats of India. The Prime Minister takes suggestion from all of us on the 15th of August. Then we decided to convey to him gently that let us go to all the 6 lakh villages of India optical fiber. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a great visionary leader, as you all know. He immediately decided that under his care, roads are reaching all the villages of India. Electricity has reached all the villages of India. It is the right time, optical fiber must reach all the villages of India. And he has given a hard task from the rampart of Red Fort on the 15th of August last year, this year, that within 1,000 days, we shall reach optical fiber to all the 6 lakh villages of India. It has already commenced from Bihar, where 45,000 villages are to be linked by coming April, May. And we are fast tracking that. Sudhir Babu, you talked of WANI, this public Wi-Fi network. What is this? Like a PCO, which was launched in 80s. The country needs Wi-Fi. And this will be an arrangement where a grocery shop owner, a simple tea stall vendor, or a small shopkeeper, or a small public office can have the facility of a Wi-Fi network, and mind you, without any license, without any registration, or without any registration. They can take the connections of internet from anyone, and there will be an aggregator who will be coordinating the activities in the defined, and then there will be an app whereby Indian app economy, as you rightly pointed out, is almost the second biggest in the world. Now, kindly see, from fiber to all the villages of India, to public Wi-Fi available everywhere, to in India being the lowest data cost available in the whole world nearly. The entire digital ecosystem is rising very fast. But as the minister in charge, it is close to 6 years plus that I have been handling the IT ministry and again communication. I was also the communication minister. I had laid one ground rule very clearly to my officers. Digital India must become a mass movement. Unless the ordinary people of the country have a stake in the process, it will not succeed. We have a platform, common service centers. I would like FICCI friends to know about it. These are digital kiosks who are giving digital delivery of services, from your land records to having your railway ticket to filling of the forms, etc., etc. They were close to 75, 80,000 when we had come to power. I have taken that to 3,75,000. 12 lakh boys and girls are working there. Now they have become a parallel center of digital delivery all over the country. They're also involved in economic survey. As a law minister, I've also put them at the front end of free litigation advice to common people in the hinterland of India. Many of them are doing skilling. Many of them are delivering pensions. In this COVID, I asked them to do something unique. They opened e-Gramin stores to supply the daily wares to the people. Now we have close to 1,36,000 e-Gramin stores. And I'm happy to share with you that they have done a business of close to 150 crores. That is the digital potential available in the country if we involve the common people. Again, I am telling you, this whole movement is going to grow and grow further. Let me share something about electronic manufacturing, an area of my great passion, handling that department. When we had come to power in 2014, India had only 2 mobile factories. Now India has close to 260. India has become the second biggest mobile manufacturer in the world. Now I am pushing that India should surpass China. That's my goal, and I'm very clear defining it. PLI is designed to fulfill India's stature, ease of doing business availability, leadership of the Prime Minister, a visionary leader, to showcase India as an alternative manufacturing location. PLI, which is production linked incentive, is designed to enable global champion company to come to India and make Indian company nationally champion and competitive. I'm very happy to tell you it is basically export oriented. Come, manufacture in India, export outside, and earn the incentive. I announced this scheme in April 2020, height of COVID. The last day was 31st of July for filing the application, again height of COVID. And we received top 5 global champion company came to India, including for components, for mobile manufacturing, including 5 Indian companies. They have collectively committed to manufacture mobile phone and component worth 10 lakh crore in the coming 5 years, giving jobs to 3 lakh Indian directly and 6 lakhs indirectly. Production has already started. Many big plants have already been located from outside. All the major players in the field of mobile manufacturing are already here. Other PLIs we have already worked about. Now, my focus is India to emerge as a big center of manufacturing of other important electronic gadgets which have become integral to our day-to-day existence. That is from laptop to tablets to servers, and that whole ecosystem from mobile to server to everything is developing very fast. And India has not, I have not the slightest doubt. Go to Noida and Greater Noida, close to 93 factories are there itself of mobile and others. That's how the whole vision is there, and I intend to push it with great speed. That is my assurance to FICCI friends. What's the future? The future is 2. One is AI, the other is data. The Prime Minister is very keen that artificial intelligence must become an important focus of our governance. But artificial intelligence should also be used again with inclusive character in mind. Namely, we must have care for agriculture, concrete weather forecasting, education, farming, and healthcare. We must leverage for all these areas in AI. But I am never in doubt that while artificial intelligence is artificial mind, it must have connect with the human mind and human ethics. That should be our clear focus. Driverless car excites me as an IT minister, but gives me concern as a law minister. That if a driverless car causes accident, who will be responsible? The machine or the owner? These are challenges which we have to meet. As far as data is concerned, data is really going to determine the future course of digital discourse. Indians produce data by billions. There is public data available. And I'm very keen to develop India as a robust data economy of the world. Data refinery. And when I say data refinery, I mean data cleaning, data refinement, data innovation, obviously taking good care of data privacy as well. And I see this whole flow of data and all the ancillary initiatives required with the data economy is going to become a very important area of digital growth. I'm very happy that in India data centers are emerging. Very recently, I opened the second biggest data center in Mumbai, developed by a well-known real estate company. Our data protection law is currently being examined by the Parliament's Select Committee. We have formulated it after detailed discussions. The clear focus is element of consent of individual is important who you take data. The data fiduciary must clearly work within the limits of the consent. We are all working for creating the enabling atmosphere for data processing as well, including data flow between countries, again with proper element of consent. And obviously, it can be an individual consent, it can be a group consent. But I am very clear that the billions of data which we furnished is going to be of great help in promoting India's data economy in a very, very substantial way. But yes, as I always say, let me repeat it today as well, India is a big country, India is a democratic country, and we shall never compromise on our data sovereignty. We are quite open for data reciprocity, data exchange, but that has to be within a framework which is transparent, which is known, and which is clearly laid down a very objective ground rule under which we have to operate. I am quite sure as UPI has succeeded, as GSTN has succeeded, as digital healthcare is working on the ground, as Aadhaar has worked as a digital identity to supplement the system. Similarly, in the data economy also, India has a great future to ultimately convey to the world. But ladies and gentlemen, when I had taken charge of this department, and when Digital India started, we had two challenges before us. And let me share that before you. The first was challenge and also opportunity. Indian IT firms have done very well in servicing the global digital ecosystem, 500 Fortune companies that were there. What road Digital India must take? Then, as I said in the very beginning, Digital India will have two components, empowerment and inclusion. And let me tell you, apart from the digital delivery of services, today India has become the second biggest startup movement in the world, or third probably. Now I'm taking this whole system, ecosystem, to the hinterland of India, to the kasbas of India, the small towns of India. BPOs in many small towns have started working. Now I have come with a new scheme, Chunoti. What is Chunoti? To tap innovators in the small towns of India, give them exposure to venture capital, to market, to assistance of law, and also giving them 25 lakh rupees of seed money to proper selection. So that from young people, from villages, from Gram Panchayat to small towns who have a dream, उनके ख्वाब हैं, उनके ख्वाब को पंख मिलने चाहिए, digital पंखों के, ये मेरी सोच है. And that we have already finalized. You may have seen also in video conferencing, we have selected India's talent. They have given award. Many of them have started working also. So this whole ecosystem is working, whereby this digital empowerment with inclusive character in focus must remain our main objective. And I'm very happy that whether it is electronic manufacturing, whether it is digital infrastructure, whether it is promotion of entrepreneurs through startups, all are working very well. And I'm very keen that the PM's focus of gender justice should also remain an important pillar for digital initiative. As you all know, in our IT sector, close to 4 million people work directly, and nearly, um, I would say, 1 crore 25 lakh work indirectly. But what I'm happy to share with you that one third are women. Similarly, our common service center also. Large number of women entrepreneurs are working in the hinterland of India, running digital kiosks. Many of them are hardly school dropouts. But I said, no, go ahead, learn to play with the mouse and see the world. And they are delivering. So we are very, very happy to share with you that gender justice, women empowerment is also becoming an important component of India's digital initiative, right from the top down to the bottom. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of my initiatives I thought I must share with you as to what is the future digital ecosystem. We responded well in the challenge of COVID, and we have a clear vision for the future. And I have not the slightest doubt that with the success we have achieved, the road of future is full of hope and also achievement. My greetings once again to my friends in the FICCI. I always look forward to sharing my ideas in FICCI's annual conferences, and it's always a pleasure to meet old friends and renew contacts. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ravi Babu. You are so popular and so erudite. There is a flood of questions which await you. My only problem is if I continue with the questions, Mr. Dilip Chenoy will murder me and will never allow me to speak because the next session is starting at 9:30. So may I request Dr. Sangeeta Reddy to propose the vote of thanks?
I'm willing to take some questions. I'm available. No problem. But the timing is yours.
Yeah. So, good morning and namaste. It is our greatest pleasure and privilege to have had you with us and to hear your thought-provoking and inspiring address. Your presence is, as always, a source of motivation, and your message of empowerment, inclusion, continues to be most inspiring. On the aspect of inclusion, we have a tremendous initiative called the Greater 50 to assist women, and we will be with you from FICCI to discuss this further and seek your help. But I want to begin by thanking you for your policy, for the speed of the government, which has enabled all of us to work from home comfortably, which has kept the nation running in so many ways. Your work on the Aragya Setu app, showing how technology can really play such a crucial role, and the continued role for creating the digital infrastructure of this country so that we may become digital and beyond. Use AI to one day enable technology to assist what was beautifully encapsulated to say that the routine gets automated and the complex can be more humanized. And that is the journey on which we are going, sir, with your thoughts and your assistance. Our startup initiative will definitely love to work with Chinauti. I cannot keep congratulating you for all the wonderful things you've done, from CSCs, which we've worked closely with, but many also have made a big difference. I'll just conclude with a very big thank you, with a continued assurance that FICCI will always love to work with you and your ministry, that our incoming president today, Mr. Uday Shankar, who knows the space well, is very keen to continue working with you. And also one word of congratulations on the tremendous initiative of electronic manufacture in the country, which again were very inspired. With this, my thanks and my the fact that we truly look forward to a continued association, because with you and your ministry lie the key to India's beauty and growth. Thank you so much, sir. Namaste.
Correct. Shall I begin?
Good morning and welcome to the session on quest for sufficiency and sustainability of Indian power sector. The power sector is the backbone of the economy. No sector can function without it. Therefore, the need to attain energy self-sufficiency and energy security becomes paramount, requiring both supply of diverse energy sources and demand to go hand in hand. At the same time, ensuring that this growth is sustainable and contributes to India's climate commitments and sustainable development goals. We are honored to have the presence of Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, who has ensured that the power sector remains a beacon of resilience in these pandemic times and even embarked on a series of reforms. We are delighted to begin our Power Pack session with welcome remarks by Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President FICCI. Over to you, President.
Good morning and namaste. Is there an audio problem? Yeah. May I request the Minister's office? Things are sorted now.
It's fine.
So let's start again. Good morning and namaste. A very, very warm welcome to Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Power, New and Renewable Energy, and Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. To all our other esteemed guests from the government, industry, multilateral and bilateral agencies, other organizations, members of FICCI, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to this exciting session on India's quest for sufficiency and sustainability in the power sector. India, one of the world's major growing economies, is set to recover from the disruption of the COVID-19 and will emerge stronger than ever before post-COVID-19. And one of the factors that this revival is attributed to is the stimulus and the reforms announced by the government to revive the economy. During the course of the pandemic, the government has taken several effective measures to continue 24/7 power supply for every area, whether it was manufacturing, of course, hospitals, to run ventilators. This was carefully and adequately monitored by the Honorable Minister, and sir, we know your effort in this and we thank you very much for everything that has happened. We also want to commend your role in the movement towards the Atmanirbhar package. But going forward, sir, we also would like to talk about the very important aspect of the energy needs of our country, who is looking to create this kind of growth momentum, an 8 to 9 to 10% growth momentum, becoming a $5 trillion economy. We look forward to the continued focus on power so that we can grow our power requirements. The country's demand for power, and today, of course, we are energy self-sufficient, but the demands are expected to grow 5 CAGR, and to meet this growing need, the reforms that you are undertaking is something that we are really looking forward to hearing about. We believe that the impending draft electricity amendment bill is critical to usher in the reforms that you are speaking about. We also are fully appreciative of the fact that the power sector is currently in a state of transition and witnessing a rapid change from the electricity mix. India's target of achieving 175 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2022 and 450 gigawatts by 2030, supported by policy and regulatory push, has really put India on the top countries in the world for promoting renewable energy sources. However, expanding the renewable base also requires adequate investments in the grid modernization, and in keeping with that also the new push on manufacturing, whether it's solar cell or battery. We commend these moves, we appreciate them, and commit on behalf of FICCI, sir, that we are here to partner and to play a critical role in every way possible. I also would like to truly congratulate you on the fact that India attracted $64 billion worth of investment in renewable energy in the last 6 years and is set to cross the 100 gigawatt renewable energy capacity mark, considering the installed capacity of renewable energy to over 90 gigawatts. And while the government has given a strong supply side push, we also look forward to appropriate initiatives on all the downstream requirements, which also we're hearing about: electrical vehicles, battery recharging. Solar energy adoption in residential, commercial, and industrial sectors also has a huge potential, which you have spoken to us about, and we are actually energized by so much of your thoughts on the greener energy avenues, especially also for the agriculture sector. The government's special scheme for farmers to bring about this capability is something that we have truly appreciated, whether it's the installation of solar pumps, the grid connected to solar power plants, and of course the successful implementation of the Saubhagya scheme, which has led to the electrification of so many households in the country. So transmission companies, reliable electric grids, smart grids, the interface between suppliers and consumers, wide-scale technology adoption, installation of the prepaid meters, all these are very many items on your path. And as we warmly welcome you, not just to speak at our conference, but we welcome you for all the great initiatives that you have taken up, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts. On behalf of FICCI, sir, it's a very warm welcome to you, to your initiatives, and to our continued working together. Namaskar.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, President.
Yes.
Thank you, President. May I now invite Honorable Minister Shri R.K. Singh to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President FICCI, Mr. Uday Shankar, the President-elect FICCI, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. We have been interacting, your committees and myself, and my officers, and we have been interacting closely. This is actually a change paradigm which actually our government has brought about. I remember a time, because I have been in government for a long time, I remember a time when this close interaction with the industry was not happening. That is because we did not realize as a country, when we became independent, we were bitten by the socialist bug. And we did not actually realize that economic strength is actually a precursor to national strength. It's a necessary attribute of national strength as well. And economic strength comes from industry and commerce. And therefore, we have to work as partners. This is something which the Western world realized very early. But we realized it. But that realization has come in our government. And you will find across our government a very close interaction with the industry as we go along. We made committees to look at revival of demand, which includes industry. And we realized that our future lies with modernization, industry, commerce, economy. Unless we make our economy strong, our country can't become strong. And if you want the economy to be strong, you have to have a strong power sector. Because the power sector is the basis of all economy. Everything runs on power. Hospitals, industries, you name it. Now, before our government came, we were power deficit. In past 4 or 5 years, we've added about 139,000 gigawatts of energy generation capacity, power generation capacity. And today we are power surplus. Today our established capacity is about 374 gigawatts, which is double that of our peak demand. And at the same time, we carried out a paradigm shift in the entire structure of the power sector. We connected every part of our country into one grid. We connected Ladakh, further reaches of Arunachal, right, Myanmar border, further reaches west, right down to Kanyakumari. Before our government came to power, we could transfer about 33,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. Today we can transfer about 1 lakh megawatts from one corner of the country to another. That's the shift we have made. And the strengthening of the grid continues. In the past 5 years, we have added 1,42,000 circuit kilometers to the grid. And that strengthening will continue. We created green corridors to handle the injection of renewable energy, the large-scale injection of renewable energy. We have set up renewable energy management centers, 15 of them. More important, we've connected every village and we've connected every household. In the past, we connected under Saubhagya program, we connected about 28 million households in 18 months. The International Energy Agency called that the fastest expansion of access ever, anywhere in the world. And that's true. In no other country has this happened in such a short time. And not only that, only generation and distribution, but also generation and transmission, but also distribution. Under Deen Dayal Gram Jyoti Yojana and IPDS, we sanctioned schemes for about 2 lakh crores for strengthening the distribution system. We created about 2,600 new substations, about 3,000, we augmented about 3,000 substations, lakhs of kilometers of ST lines and LT lines we replaced. We gave money to the states and discoms for changing their transformers wherever they were burned, everything, the entire gamut. And about 79 to 80% of our schemes are complete. And the remaining 4 or 5 states have asked for extension, they are also going to be completed. So we have revamped the distribution. Now all this, the net result of what does this all lead to? The net result of all this is that the availability of power has increased. The average power availability in the remote corners of our country used to be about 11 hours before our government came. By the last 5 years, we brought it up to 20 hours. Now it's about 22 hours. But that does not satisfy us. We want the average power availability to go up to 24. We want 24/7 supply. Energy transition, which is today the centerpiece of global discourse. Now there we have emerged as a leader. We have the fastest growing renewable energy capacity in the world. That's not us saying it. That's independent analysts saying it. The volume of our bids in the past 4 years has surpassed the volume of bids anywhere else. We grew our solar capacity 13 times. And our overall renewable energy capacity has grown about 2.5 to 3 times. And we are still, we'll continue growing at that pace. In fact, we'll grow at a faster pace as we iron out whatever difficulties are there. We have emerged as the most attractive destination for renewable energy, for investments in renewable energy. As Dr. Sangeeta said, in the past 4 years, we have attracted about, 6 years, we have attracted about $64 billion. And every major fund in the world is invested here. That's because we have designed our systems in such a way that it's transparent, and we have set up a transparent dispute resolution mechanism. We are very clear in our mind that sanctity of contract is most important. Now, all that is attracting investment. We had pledged in COP21 under our NIDCs that by 2030, 40% of our established generation capacity will be from renewables. Now it's already at near about 38%. And if you add the capacity under construction, it's already about 50, it comes to about 52%. By 2030, we'll have 64% of our capacity coming from non-fossil fuels, 65% in fact. So we are well ahead insofar as the energy transition is concerned. In fact, we are the only major economy which is on track with the trajectory required for reducing the temperature rise to 2 degrees. We are the only major economy which is on that trajectory. Now, so these are things to be happy with. But if you ask me whether I'm happy, I'm not. I'm worried. I'm worried because of the sustainability factor. A large number of our distribution companies are loss-making. Now that is what is a major factor for worry. most of these, in fact, all the discoms which are loss-making are state-owned. None of the private discoms are loss-making. The AT&C losses of the private discoms, so all the private discoms is less than 10%. And they are all making profit. In fact, the franchisees are also making profit. The state-owned discoms are making the loss. Now, these losses have consequences. Because they are making losses, therefore they are not able to pay for the power, which causes stress upstream and dampens investment. Because they are making losses, they can't buy power. So they'll resort to load shedding. Because they are making losses, they can't maintain the system. And this has been happening for the past some decades, many decades. And every 5 years or 7 years or so, the central government, injects money to strengthen the distribution system. It's not maintained and it runs around again. Now, all these are consequences of the losses of the state discoms. Now, why are these losses there? We have analyzed it very closely. One major reason for the losses, surprise, is the inefficiency in billing and collection. That's such a simple thing. But I mean, if I'm talking about inefficiency in billing and collection, also include theft and losses. Because whatever electricity is stolen is not billed. If that is set right, then every discom, we have calculated, every discom will become profitable. That's a simple thing. Now, to address this, we said, in fact, I've been saying, I've been writing to the states for the past couple of years, that shift your metering system to prepaid meter. So that will do away with the human interface in meter reading, etc., which does not happen, by the way, in rural area. In North India, my constituency, it does not happen because the number of meter readers have come down. The distribution companies have not recruited. The drill of regular recruitments which we follow in the central government has been lost. So when people retire, their replacements are not recruited. So you don't have meter readers. So they have contracted it, and the supervision over the contractor is lax, and therefore the meter reading does not happen, or there is table reading. And the other problem, of course, is that if you send a bill, for 3-4 months at a time, the consumer cannot pay. I cannot. If you give me a 4 or 5 months bill at a time, I don't think I can pay. So metering is important, and we have a program for that. Now, the good thing is that many states have started. Other major reasons for losses is that the states announce subsidies. Good, and you are sovereign, you can announce subsidies. But you have to pay the money for it. Now, that's where they fall short. Now, we have to devise ways and means to make sure that they give the money for the subsidy which they've announced. Announce whatever subsidy you want to. You want to give free electricity, please do so. But pay the money for it. Because electricity is not free. The coal companies have to be paid. The freight has to be paid. The workers who generate power have to be paid. Now, this is something which I keep driving to the states. Now, the major problem, if you look at the root cause of all this, the root cause is actually coming back to the 2003 Act was a major reform. But at the same time, it did not go far enough. And therefore, it has left behind this problem. What it did was that it separated the finances of the power system from the finances of the states. So now what happens is that the decision making continues to be taken by the state, but the consequent losses of the subsidy not paid, or theft not stopped, or billing efficiency is not improved, the burden of the losses falls on the discom, which is separated from the state. Their finances are separated from the state. So there, the state's borrowing capacity, the state's fiscal situation does not get impacted. That is the harmful impact of the reform, the inadequate or part reform which we carried out. If we were separating the distribution system, we should have separated entirely, and we should have delicensed as we delicensed generation. I think that is the way to go. But right now, So the causes, we have to address these causes. Not only this, there are other methods which the states adopt or which the SCRCs adopt at the behest of the states. Incidentally, that is another problem in the structure. The regulator who is supposed to be at arm's length is actually appointed by the state government. And therefore, he is not at arm's length. And therefore, he acts on the state's behest. So in one state, I will not name the state, the tariff has not been revised for 3 years. So it's making huge losses. In another state, huge debts have been incurred for some other projects, which are only partly connected with electricity. So the DISCOM is saddled with the interest burden. And in most states, the pressure on the regulator is not to keep the tariff high, to adopt stratagems to keep the tariff low. Now that means that the entire cost of supply is not recovered, which leads to loss. And then again, the states are not concerned about this loss. I have interacted with the Finance Commission. I have written to them. I made presentations, and I said that the losses of the state-owned DISCOMs are truly the contingent liabilities of state government, and they will be added to their contingent liabilities so that their borrowing space shrinks. Once that starts happening, then the states will wake up to the requirement for making the DISCOMs healthy. There are other steps which we have taken. To ensure payment, we have put in place the letter of credit system. There we have said that power will not be dispatched unless you give the letter of credit for the quantum of power which you want to purchase. That has been put in place. Unfortunately, what I have been informed is that some GENCOs are actually conniving with the state government and indicating to the regulator that they have received the LC when they have not. This is to ensure that their power continues flowing. They don't want the flow of power to stop. I understand that. Setting a generation, switching off a generation station and then restarting is a problem. But if you want discipline, if you want to make sure that there is a certain relationship between supply and payment, you have to adhere to that discipline. You have to make sure that if the payment is not made, you cut off the supply. If LC is not given, you stop supplying. Otherwise, this discipline will not come, and you will all revert back to the state you were in before this system was put in place. That's the danger. So don't dig your own grave. That's my message to you. Abide by that discipline. And if a letter of credit has not given, then don't dispatch the power. Don't indicate to the controller that you have got the letter of credit. Otherwise, the whole the system which is there to help you will not be able to help you unless you stand up and fight for yourself. Nobody can fight for you. The problem for me is that the demand is growing. It's a happy thing. I'm calling it a problem. It's a happy thing. That indicates that our economy is growing. In October, our demand went up by 12%. Even in December, day to day, the demand is 5 gigawatts, 5,000 megawatts to 10,000 megawatts higher than the corresponding day the previous year. So we are back on the growth path, and we shall grow, and we'll grow faster because these 28 million consumers are adding appliances and they are consuming more and more power. We shall grow faster because our economy is growing. Currently, our national electricity consumption average is 1/3 the world average. That will triple. We'll catch up with the world average. That means 3 times our capacity. But for that, I need investment. And investment will not come. Investment will not come unless and until there is viability in the system. Unless and until the people who put money, who invest money, are assured that the power which they generate and sell is paid. That is the basic problem of sustainability which we face. There are a number of things which we have done. As I said, letter of credit is one thing. The other is We have changed the prudential norms of the Power Finance Corporation and the Rural Electrification Corporation. And we made them adopt the prudential norms of the banks. So now we have provided, with one concession, we have provided that any loss-making DISCOM will not be able to draw funds from PFC or REC. They will not be able to get loans from PFC and REC. Now that is a major step, because they used to finance their losses and continue their operations by drawing money from PFC and REC, and the PFC and REC used to oblige. Under different heads, they used to keep getting the money. So the indebtedness of the DISCOMs grew, but the system kept running. I've said nothing good. If a DISCOM is making losses, then that means it's a bad DISC, then you cannot lend money. That's simple. I've made only one exception. I have said that if the distribution company works out a trajectory for loss reduction, gets that state government's commitment to it and files it with her, and adheres to that loss reduction trajectory, then we shall consider giving it. So that we have put it. The other thing is agriculture. Now agriculture is a problem. It's not a problem per se. It's politicians who have made it a problem. Different politicians, in order to garner votes, have declared agriculture free. We'll give you free electricity, etc. As I said, please, you are welcome to do it, but pay the money for it. So they won't even pay the money for it. But the recent technological advances have provided us with a solution. The solar revolution has provided, the RE revolution has provided us with a solution. So we have worked out a scheme. That is a scheme which will benefit the farmers hugely, and of course it will benefit the whole power system. We've said that you solarize all your agriculture. If you solarize your agriculture, we give you 30% of the cost as grant. 70% the NABARD will give you its own. We've tied it up with NABARD. And of PFC and RC will also give you. Now that loan gets paid off in just about 5 years, we have calculated, by the amount of agriculture subsidy which the state government gives to the DISCOM for the power provided to agriculture. 5 years flat. After 5 years, and the agriculture subsidy given by the states to the DISCOMs ranges from about the 1,000 crores for smaller states to about 12,000 crores for Uttar Pradesh per annum. 5 years, that loan is paid off, and that system becomes free. The farmer gets electricity, free electricity during daytime. Now he gets at night, during daytime, at no cost. The state is rid of the burden of annual outgo of 12,000 crores in case of Uttar Pradesh, or 5,000, 6,000 crores on an average. Where you don't, and apart from that, the irrigation days are only about 120 out of 360. For the remaining 240 days, you get power without cost, which you can sell and make money, which the DISCOM can sell and make. So we have added a twist to it. We have said, we have laid down norms for the pump. And if a farmer consumes less power than his pump capacity or the agricultural capacity, then we'll give him an incentive. So this is a scheme which is a win-win scheme. Once this happens, we shift our entire agricultural load, which is about 115 gigawatts, to renewable energy. We reduce our carbon footprint. We reduce the consumption of this. I have said that where you don't have agriculture fields, we gave lots of money under the Deen Dayal Gram Yojana for separating agriculture fields. We propose to continue that in the new scheme which is there before the finance ministry. Continue giving the money for separation of agriculture. Apart from that, I have told the state that even if there's some delay in the scheme, that's because of financial stringency, the NABARD will lend you money for it. We have discussed with them, and that also gets paid off in another from 5 years. The payment period goes up to 6 years. That's it. In 6 years, we'll still start. After 6 years, we'll still start saving over 6,000 crores on an average per annum, which you can use for constructing schools and hospitals and roads, etc. That once that happens, then the power system also gets becomes more viable, because one major problem, as I said, is the announcement of subsidies and the money not coming. But There's another thing which we thought should happen because of so as to stop this loss. And that was that we said we would disinvest. If you disinvest, the burden of all these losses will not be on you. And the investor who steps into your shoes, in the state government shoes, they will make sure that the DISCOM starts making profits, just like the private companies are doing. You don't need to disinvest the entire stake. You can disinvest 51%. Or if you want, you can disinvest the entire stake. But there's a pushback to that. And in Uttar Pradesh, the state government announced that they were going to disinvest in one DISCOM. There was a strike, etc., etc. So there's a pushback across the country. Because, the unions don't realize, the workers' unions don't realize, the state governments don't realize that this situation of continuous losses year after year is unsustainable. There will come a time when they will just not be able to buy power, or if the GENCOs are not paid, they will not be able to buy the coal to generate the coal. It's not sustainable. So you have pushback from the vested interest. But in any case, my view is something different. Now, after thinking over, my view is that the privatization means, or disinvestment means, that you are replacing one monopoly with another. The state-owned monopoly, the DISCOM is today a state-owned monopoly. For a citizen like me or any citizen, I don't like monopolies because I don't have a choice. I'm at the mercy of the monopolist, that monopoly company, which may be a state-owned monopoly, but still a monopoly. It decides what it wants to do. Incidentally, I'm coming out with the rights of consumers, which will come out very soon. It's with the Ministry of Law. But it is a monopoly. Now, we replace that, government monopoly, with a private monopoly, private companies monopoly. Again, I don't have a choice as a consumer. I said no. So I said, my view is that why have this monopoly? Why not open it up? License it. Then what happens is that, I, as a citizen, I'll have a choice. There will be multiple companies distributing power in the same area. So if I don't like the service of one company, I can switch. If another company offers me power at lower prices, I can switch. Of course, if I'm a defaulter, I will not be able to switch. But otherwise, I can switch. Now, that is the future we should be aiming for. And that is the future which I think all of us, all Indians, need to realize. Once you do that, then the sustainability problem is sorted. And the people get the best service, because people will compete on the basis of service. We'll set the ceiling tariff, and people will also compete on the basis of price. Now, here is what I have to say to you. That, I expected associations like FICCI and CII to lead the discourse on issues which are important to the economy, but you are not doing it. And because you are not doing it, and because the intelligence is not doing it, the center field of discourse is captured by people who have political interests, for whom getting political power or retaining political power is more important than the long-term interest of the long-term national interest. They take the center stage, as is happening now on the Singhu border. Everybody knows, the entire intelligence knows, that the agricultural reforms are great, they are good. Give the farmer choice. You do away with the stranglehold of the intermediaries. They can now sell wherever they get the maximum price. Everybody knows that is a great thing, but nobody is speaking up. And you are not speaking up. And similarly, in the power sector reforms, I find that I am on the lone voice. I want all of you to speak up. You have immense power. You are the intelligentsia. Some of you are own the press. But I don't see all these things in the discourse. Now that's where you people need to speak. Let's have an open debate on what the system should be. And tell all the people who are talking about maintaining the status quo, that's not sustainable. It's not good for the future of the country, because investment will not come. And if investment will not come, we will revert back to being a power deficit country. And will remain a third world. A power deficit country cannot become an advanced country. Cannot become an advanced. How can you become an advanced country if you are partners? I'll stop here. We can ask questions. We can discuss.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for that. I think what we'll do is we'll request Mr. Uday Shankar to give the concluding remarks, and then we'll take it from there. Mr. Uday Shankar, please.
Thank you, Dilip. Thank you, Honorable Minister R.K. Singh, for a very, very spirited, informed, and characteristically frank discussion on power sector. You've talked about the strengths that we have garnered over the years, but even more importantly, I think for our constituency and our audience, you've talked about the threats that we are facing. I also thank you for being very candid about the role that the industry and the intelligentsia can play in this. I think we all need to do a bit of soul searching, because if as you said, that a developed country we cannot be a developed country without being fully sufficient in power. And sufficiency in power means sufficiency in power generation, transmission and distribution and consumption, everything. And for that, the politics of power has to, move from political interest to national interest. And I think that is what you have highlighted. And we thank you for that. I look forward to taking opportunity time with you, with our industry members, and have a very frank discussion publicly and on the forums of teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anybody, any questions, suggestions?
None.
Thank
you, Honorable Minister.
But my office is open in any case. Yes, Sangeeta.
Yes. No, I just wanted to say thank you very much, R.K. Singh ji. It's been a pleasure interacting with you, and we look forward to your dynamism to continuously.
Sangeeta, give my regards to Viseshwar. I haven't met him for a long time.
I will, sir. Thank you.
Yes. I tell him that. And if he's in Delhi, we should meet. No?
I will tell him, sir. Thank you. Namaskar, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can hear them, but they are not able to.
I'm not able to hear them.
Volume is not high, but I checked it's 100%.
Yeah. If you, FICCI, if you want, I can switch.
We're going live now. Good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone who has joined us for the session on Eduvolution and the Future of Jobs at FICCI's 93rd Annual Convention. This session will focus on critical areas of education, explore what would the jobs of the future look like, review various facets of the new education policy, and discuss the way forward. Deliberate on the importance of skills and education that will prime India's youth for the future. Here to talk about this Eduvolution are two extraordinary children, Shreyan Jha, a young and accomplished mathematician, and Akshita Imani, a budding neuroscientist. Accompanying them are Mr. Ravi Kailas, Chairman of Pravaha and Maitra Energy, and Mr. Ramji Raghavan, Chairman and Founder of Agastya. May I now invite Mr. Ravi Kailas to please speak about the initiative. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. FICCI is the most storied business chamber in India, convened to protect the rights of Indian business since before independence. Today, 6 decades later, we are here to talk about the second freedom movement, the education movement. Agastya and Pravaha are at the forefront of this freedom movement and have joined hands to create the Navam Foundation. Over the next 10 years, Navam's ambitious vision is to build 10 world-class institutes of innovation across India to promote learning outcomes, holistic pedagogy, and access to education. These institutes of innovation serve as education research centers, creating blueprints for curriculum, teacher training, experiential learning, and more. And we will open source this and make it available to all education institutes in India. These institutes of innovation will also serve as campuses for giftedness programs to uplift the best and brightest youth across the country, irrespective of background, so that they may become examples for the nation and inspire their peers on the power of education. The need for real investment in education has never been greater. India has 250 million school-age children, and they represent our greatest hope and future. A large number of children are unfortunately being left behind. Changing this will require new, innovative, and inspiring models of learning to be rapidly and effectively disseminated at scale across the country. We require massive mobilization, starting with the efforts of every single person on this call. If you feel inspired by this movement, you can be part of it. For the Navam Institutes, we are raising 3,000 crores of rupees over the next decade. This represents 300 crores per campus, 50 crores for infrastructure, and 250 crores for an operational corpus. Every movement starts with a small group of people making incremental progress, with small contributions that add up to a tangible result. If just 100 people pledge 3 crores a year for 10 years, we will reach our goal of 3,000 crores. The goal to provide a basic right of education to children across India, including its best and brightest, to create the freedoms that will secure India's future. I will now hand you over to two brilliant and gifted young minds, Akshita and Shreyan, who will introduce each other. Akshita?
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Greetings, everyone. I am Akshita. Let me introduce my friend Shreyan. Shreyan is a 12-year-old from Mumbai. He is homeschooled. Mathematics, science, philosophy, computer programming, and artificial intelligence have fascinated him since long. He has formed multiple theories about consciousness and mathematics. And a recent idea of his is a form of mathematics that exploits a loophole in Gödel's incompleteness theorem. With such intriguing ideas, Shreyan one day hopes to make his mark in the world.
Thank you, Akshita. And let me tell you about her. Akshita is a 16-year-old from Hyderabad. Always up for new things, she's immersed herself in literature, the fine arts, neuroscience, and other pursuits. Akshita sees a future where every child like her can reach their true potential. However, she has been one of the lucky few to be able to gain access to opportunities. Opportunities many others with her capabilities could not utilize. But why is that even a problem? Are children unable to reach their full potential now? What problems are they facing? Let me tell you about a challenge I faced and I'm still facing. I used to go to school up until 2 years ago. The syllabus always felt too easy, even after a double promotion to 6th grade. While my peers were learning how to calculate distance using speed and time, I was pursue much more complex topics like quantum electrodynamics and advanced combinatorics. Turned out, time spent in school has a high opportunity cost. So one fine day, I dropped out of school, opting for homeschooling, where I could set my own pace of learning. I was lucky to connect with some great mentors who helped shape my path. But due to their busy schedule, classes would be held occasionally, and often I would not have a class at all.
While Shreyan's ideas may be unique, his problem affects an estimated 12.5 million gifted children. That's right, 12.5 million gifted children. Shreyan and I have found our feet due to wondrous mentors at NIAS and Ram Foundation. But there exist many more who do not know about their full capabilities. A sea of intellect we have not tapped into yet. A gold mine we have not dug into yet. When I was 15, I had the good fortune to attend a doctor's camp. I was able to witness things ranging from tumors being removed from patients to patients recuperating in neuro-intensive care units. And at the end of a 3-day camp, I thought to myself, I know what I want to do. In other words, I had my aha moment. But there are millions of children, 12.5 million, who do not have their aha moment. The human brain is a beautiful thing, for we do not know what its limit is. And with the right facilities, there's no limit to what these beautiful, gifted minds could accomplish. One day, you may have sat in that position where you had the capability but lacked direction. Today, the future of your company may be sitting with a child. Her gifts are recognized, slowly fading into oblivion. But together, we can find her and give her the tools she deserves to build a better tomorrow. With that, I would like to hand this over to Mr. Ramji Raghavan, Chairman of Agastya Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshita. Ah, aha, ha, ha. Curiosity, creativity, and confidence. Qualities that Shreyan and Akshita have in spades. It's thrilling to hear their stories. Are they exceptional? Yes, indeed they are. At the same time, as they tell us, there are 12.5 million gifted children in India. Children, the majority of whom do not have the opportunity to realize the potential of their genes. The majority of whom do not get an opportunity to find a place in the sun. They are the lost Ramanujans, the lost Einsteins, and the lost Shakuntala Devis of this country. What a waste of human potential. This has to change. And to change this, we need to come together to find innovative ways and means to unlock the creative potential of millions of children. And this change is essential if India is going to become a creative, innovative, productive, and prosperous nation. As Ravi so eloquently put it, it's going to cost us 3,000 crores over the next 10 years. Is this a large amount? Hardly. It represents less than 0.5% of the philanthropy money that is expected to flow into various causes over the next 10 years in India. So let's come together and exploit the unique moment we are in. After all, the new national education policy is talking about a fundamental shift from what to think to how to think. This is a huge opportunity for all of us, therefore, to come together in this movement, imagine a new future, and make this wondrous dream happen. So please contact FICCI, contact Pravaha, contact Agastya, and let's work together to make this happen. Thank you very much, FICCI, and namaskar.
And Agastya, what an inspiring start to the session. May I now invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Manish Sabharwal, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Team Lee Services Limited, which is one of India's leading staffing and human capital firm, to take the session forward, please. Over to you, Mr. Sabharwal.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, especially after that inspiring opening. I think COVID is, the planet is taking a gap year because of COVID, and sort of Samaj, Bazaar, and Sarkar, society, business, and government is reacting vigorously, but also very differently to this unmodelable world. But I think COVID has reminded us that per capita GDP matters more than total GDP. We may be 5th in the world in total GDP, but we are 138th in the world in per capita GDP. And for a long time, at least I've been making the case that India doesn't have a jobs problem, we have a wages problem. And today's panel is perfect for that, or today's session, because if you think about wages, where do they come from? They depend on the productivity of our regions, of our cities, of our firms, and of our individuals. And clearly there has been a policy window during COVID, whether it was the MSME reform, whether it was labor reform, whether it was agricultural reform, and obviously the announcement of NEP. So today we have a great lineup for this session, which is at the intersection of jobs and education. It's always hard to predict where the future is going. You can't really predict the future or invent it. You can make yourself worthy of it. And today we have a wonderful lineup. We have a policy entrepreneur who shepherded the NEP. We have 2 education entrepreneurs who are building institutions. And we have a job entrepreneur who is sort of reinventing an industry. So unfortunately, Mr. Premji could not make it. So we have a message from him, which they will quickly flash across the screen. And after that, I'll request Dr. Kasturi Rangan to give us his keynote. Okay, I think we'll move on at the speed that Akshita would have read that faster than all of us, but we're going to move to Dr. Rangan, who is an inspiration to all of us, who are thinking of making India better, both working from inside the system and outside the system. But change only comes when you sort of take that view that I will work with the existing ecosystem. Dr. Angan is an inspiration who has changed so many parts of India for better, but most importantly, I think his lasting contribution will be to the battle for ideas, if not the debate for ideas in education. What is education? What is the future of education? I think NEP is a wonderful document. The 1948 Radhakrishnan report didn't mention vocational training. The 1968 Kothari Committee report thought education was MBAs and engineering. I think the 1986 education policy was different, but I think 2020 NEP synthesizes many of the hopes, aspirations, and dreams of corporate India, of Samaj Bazaar and Sarkar. Let's just say that. Thank you so much, Dr. Angan, for being with us today. And please, we would love to hear from you on NEP and everything else that you have learned working on education.
Thank you, Manish. It's a matter of great privilege for me to be asked to speak in this prestigious annual Evolution and the Future of Jobs. I'd like to express my thanks to Dr. Geeta Reddy and the office bearers of FICCI for this honor. I'm happy to see the first message from Asim Premji. I may mention, I'm bringing back Asim Premji's name here because I may mention that Dr. Asim Premji, along with his dynamic CEO, Mr. Anurag Baer, have the work related to NEP on several fronts, including organizing office space, participating in the drafting of the policy, designing and producing a high-quality draft document, and also helping to review several thousands of public domain inputs for appropriate incorporation. I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Asim for this very critical support that we received from him and Mr. Anurag. I'm happy to see my friend Anish here at this session, and also Dr. Ashidavan, Ramji Raghavan, and other eminent panel members. The world is experiencing major transformative changes on several fronts: social, cultural, political, environmental, scientific, and so on, all impacting the socio-economic development and welfare of many nations. The central role of education in addressing these issues hardly needs any emphasis. The Indian educational landscape in the recent times has evolved based on a policy crafted 3 decades ago. All of us recognize the urgent need to revisit this policy and adopt a new one aligned to the 21st century imperatives. The new National Education Policy, NEP 2020, was born out of these considerations. India over the next decade will have the highest population of young people in the world, more than 50% below 35 years of age, aspiring for high quality education. This demographic dividend has to be taken advantage of. Globalization and demands of a knowledge economy and knowledge society call for emphasis on the need for acquisition of new skills by learners on a regular basis for them to learn how to learn and become lifelong learners, a critical consideration that needs to be addressed appropriately. Even as the new educational system will be aligned to the aspirational goals of the 21st century knowledge demands, it will also remain rooted to India's value systems and ethos. NEP 2020 provides an integrated yet flexible approach to education. It has kept the interconnectedness of the various phases of education in mind and how the same will enable continuity, coherence, and processes to ultimately realize an end-to-end educational roadmap for the country. It also includes an articulation of a broad view of education, encompassing the holistic development of youth with special emphasis on kindling their creative potential in all its richness and complexity. I would like to stress 8 key policy provisions of the NEP 2020 in the above context, keeping in focus the theme of this session. First, the policy recommends transformative changes in the way the school education needs to be configured. Advances in developmental, cognitive, cognitive and educational psychology have considerably influenced our thinking about how we need to address the teaching learning processes of the youngsters in their early childhood. The expanded 5+3+3+4 structure of the school education is based on a better understanding of the scientific basis for the child's learning trajectory from birth to secondary school. In this context, the first 3 stages of the school's education, that is foundational, preparatory, and middle, defined in conformity with the developmental phases of the child, namely transition from perceptual learning to conceptual learning, and then on to prescriptive learning and abstraction, are taken cognizance. The distinction between curricular, extracurricular, and co-curricular, as well as arts, sciences, and vocational subjects, are done away with, making the education holistic. The first flavor of vocations will be experienced in middle school itself. The final secondary 4 years stay, students are enabled to the exploration of their interests and strengths. It is here that the policy calls for deeper exposure to vocational education, so that they are fully prepared to decide at the end of 15 years of schooling whether they will pursue vocational professions or higher education. The policy recommends must be at least one vocational subject in this period. This brings in an early linkage between the schooling system and the surrounding ecosystem that may encompass hospitals, industry, agricultural practices, economic-ecological activities, and challenges of social nature such as water and waste management. Here, the students will avail of the hands-on training for the theoretical basis could be provided either at school or at a form of technical training institute. The second point, important policy item on this is the implications for jobs is related to the major policy shift in the higher education system, with emphasis on holistic and multidisciplinary education with a 4-year undergraduate degree program. Our present undergraduate system looks to achieve mastery in science, and a short-sighted policy would simply have call for job readiness on day 1. This policy recognizes that such an approach is dangerously out of step with the world that is rapidly changing. It recognizes that students must be given a much broader multidisciplinary foundation so that they can adopt and reinvent themselves as necessary over their entire working lives. The 4-year undergraduate program will provide students with the opportunity to explore their interests and develop a broad base. I also want to stress the holistic aspect, which aims to develop all capacities, not just intellectual, but aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, and moral capacities in an integrated manner to create a well-rounded individual. Such an approach is necessary to provide the kind of education that is required for the 21st century. The third point, this policy takes the firm view that vocational education must be integrated with undergraduate education. Not only is this consistent with the principles of holistic development, but it gives students an avenue to the world of work that is increasingly important in the 21st century. I want to clearly emphasize this point because we tend to have a very narrow conception of vocational education, and we therefore undervalue it. With advances in technology such as AI and augmented reality, we clearly foresee an increasing number of hybrid jobs where a human's vocational skills will complement the capacities of high-tech equipment. The higher education system is therefore necessary to prepare students for such jobs. The fourth point, the 4-year system will also give all students option to pursue undergraduate research, and an honors degree will grant them direct access to PhD programs. When it comes to research, India's low output of high-quality research not only places us at a serious short-term disadvantage on strategic and economic fronts, but there is also a severe long-term risk because the quality of research is essential for quality education. The present fragmented system of small colleges cannot sustain quality teaching and research programs. Thus, the policy calls for an urgent consolidation of higher education institutions that focus on research and teaching, complemented by a system of degree-granting autonomous colleges. that focus on providing high quality education. The fifth point is that the policy also highlights the critical need for better managed research at all levels: pure research, applied research, translational research, and research to address specific needs to be provided and for social and industrial objectives. The oversight of research will be provided by the National Research Foundation, whose primary role will be to nurture a vibrant research ecosystem through adequate funding, mentoring, and careful monitoring. The NRF will ensure that research proposals are selected purely based on merit by following a rigorous peer review process. In addition to funding projects of critical importance such as mitigating the impact of climate change and so on, NRF will support multidisciplinary research in the arts and humanities, social sciences, natural sciences and mathematics, engineering and technology, including educational technology. The sixth, educational technology applications and research must play a crucial role not only in achieving a higher gross enrollment ratio by improving access to quality higher education, but in improving the resilience of the entire educational system from disruptions such as the one we are facing today. In this regard, NRF will work closely with the National Educational Technology Forum, NEDF, a new autonomous entity recommended in the policy, which should provide a platform for crucial dialogue between educators and education technology entrepreneurs. This facilitates well-considered strategies for the introduction of technologies into the education system. NETF will be a highly deliberative body that will distinguish between genuine disruption and the mere hype. Without such a platform, educators can often end up repurposing technologies developed for other applications, and further, this could be obviously not ideal. Further, I'm convinced that EdTech is a fertile domain for entrepreneurs, and the forum will help these entrepreneurs better understand the kind of challenges education is facing so that they can develop effective technological solutions. The seventh point I would like to make is that the policy has brought forth a novel scheme to provide flexibility in making academic choices of courses and institutions and choosing the appropriate time for one's career to learn what one wants with appropriate credits at all stages. The academic bank of credits proposed by NEP 2020 promises to be a game changer. It works on the principle of multiple entry, multiple exit, as well as anytime learning, anywhere learning, and any level learning as envisaged by the NEP. It will facilitate the integration of the campuses and distributed learning systems by creating student mobility within inter and intra-university system. The process does not rule out sharing of credits between public and private institutions. The entire process lends itself to lifelong learning opportunities, thereby enabling everyone to be relevant to the needs of the hour, most importantly to the needs of jobs. I've only tried to give you some highlights of NEP 2020 in order to give you an idea of the amount of seriousness with which the question of jobs have been addressed in formulating the policy. As an eighth point, I would like to add that there are many other dimensions of education with its own influential role in creating newer and innovative opportunities, such as the policy on languages. For instance, the policy has proposed several measures for creating opportunities for strengthening education and research related to Indian languages, including regional languages, modern languages, and classical languages. So also in foreign languages. Equally important are the aspects related to the preservation and promotion of India's tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Enhancing the participation of the international community in our educational programs is another dimension. In drawing up the framework of NEP 2020, we have taken full cognizance of India's long and illustrious history of holistic education. I'm extremely happy that organizations like FICCI have contributed contributed in an influential way to the crafting of the policy are now taking it forward as a part of the implementation phase. The accelerated effort that we are witnessing in the present quarter, in different quarters, starting with the central government agencies, state government agencies, individual educational institutions, including school and higher education institutions, as well as other stakeholders, testify to the tremendous enthusiasm where the policy is taking forward at this particular juncture. The press and political system under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister has unambiguously declared that no efforts will be spared to implement this policy with all its multiple dimensions. It is now up to all of us, both at the individual and collective levels, to ensure that India makes rapid and smooth progress as it re-establishes itself as a knowledge powerhouse. I wish FICCI the very best for their own vital contribution towards this noble cause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As the policy entrepreneurship of NEP will inspire all of us and hopefully clear paths for many of us who have been thinking about this. I'll now switch from the policy entrepreneurship of NEP to just thinking about the future. And maybe I'll ask my panelist, Ritesh, are you there? Do you want to switch on your video?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So I'll ask Ritesh to start first in the same order about what are your thoughts about the future of jobs, education, and most importantly, the intersection of jobs and education as you think about your industry or the world broadly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sabharwal. And of course, it's very tough coming after, Mr. Kasturi Ranjan given his very wise thoughts, but I will try and attempt in any manner possible. Typically for me, I'm first off very, very thankful and glad that I got the opportunity to come and speak university. May not be the best fit to talk about the future of education, but just for that's on a lighter note. But for the interest of this group, I stopped out of university because of a program called the Thiel Fellowship. The Thiel Foundation is run by somebody called Peter Thiel, who's the founder of PayPal, early investor in Facebook. He gives $100,000 to 20 people under the age of 20. Acceptance rates are lower than Ivy Leagues, but the condition is you have to stop out of university. So listening to Mr. Ramji and these incredible kids reminded me that I used to think the same way, saying that I don't relate with the other kids in my own class, and I just aspire to do newer things. I see Ranjan Mittal Saab here, so I had the good opportunity to sell SIM cards for Airtel back in the day, and I used to enjoy doing that much more than usual education, and I think the Thiel Fellowship truly allowed me to pursue that opportunity, and I hope that a lot of other young kids will do very well. Other Thiel Fellows have gone on to build cryptocurrencies like Ethereum. One other Thiel Fellow built a company that recently went public. But that besides, I really enjoyed what I heard to begin with from these incredibly gifted kids like Akshita and other young kids. I hope that what you're doing, will create the next Nikhil Kamats and a lot of other young successful entrepreneurs as well, beyond the Ramanujans as well as the Shakuntala Devis of our country. But that reminds me of today's discussion, and I will keep it as tight as possible for the time. I think one of the things as OYO over the years I have seen, the few things that I've learned, and I'll try to share just some of those for the future of jobs. We have created jobs for over 10,000 people directly and hundreds of thousands of people indirectly across the world. And there are a few learnings I have had in the process. The first learning is that no matter what industry you are in, technology, data sciences will fundamentally enter and re-evaluate how your industry has existed or will exist in the future. For instance, we serve small hotels and holiday homes across the world, and our primary job is to ensure they can get better returns. Earlier in the hotel industry, there used to be hundreds of people. If you have a 20-30,000 hotel platform, you would have hundreds of people who would be managing pricing every day, and they used to be called revenue managers. In the new generation we live in, machines do that job. You can work with the machines to ensure that you train them very well in logic, but after that, dynamic pricing can be run by machines themselves, by means of which small hotels are able to generate 2 to 3 times jump in online revenue, and the cost of operating substantially reduces. Similarly, in almost every other ecosystem, you would see this change that would come very quickly. And my hope is that as young people consider looking at their skill sets, and as institutions look at re-evaluating their programs, data sciences and engineering will be given due importance. The second, which is very critical, is project management abilities, ability to openly communicate. Sports, especially for children both in K-12 as well as in universities, being able to look at sports as a competitive field wherein people learn a lot of important life skills, are few areas that I have learned as being very critical. The second segment that I have seen creating substantial value is a segment of what I call as the best first job. Lot of hospitality employees consider their first job to be OYO. They come to OYO, they get trained, they learn wearing clothes well, they learn getting to speak well, grooming themselves and so on, and then in a few months or a year get another job, and we are okay with it. And we believe that this is a similar service that companies like that of Domino's, etc. enable for a completely different segment. My hope is for that segment, again, vocational skills would be enabled to ensure that they can become successful. Lots of companies can bring digital-backed internships to ensure that trainings which enable employees to be ready for jobs like that of OYO are not imparted very easily by academic institutions. We are working very closely with a lot of them to ensure that we can pre-train talent before they come to the OYO hotels. Last but not the least, I believe 2 macro feedbacks. The first is, I think, increasingly a perspective of creativity needs to be created in Indian industry, for which I would like to consider Indian industry to consider stock options as a way of being able to appreciate employees and bring a sense of ownership in them, something that I have seen very closely with working with people. And the last one is something that I haven't done very well, but I'm really working hard to try and improve on that, is bringing academia and the industry connects much closer. How can we ensure that the toughest problems facing us, we can go to academia and young, exciting programs in universities and bring it over there. So this is a broad range of few learnings I have had over the years that I wanted to share as a lot of our friends in the industry are considering thinking about the next generation of education and potential policies both in industry as well as academia as we think about the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Ritesh. I just wanted to, just one quick question, maybe, because you sort of started off with the Thiel Fellowship, and obviously that's a very interesting view of the world. But how would you sort of react to people who say that, there is a lot of learning by doing, there is a lot of learning by thinking and by reflecting? I mean, there are many forms of learning. But why does it have to be at the expense of formal, structured, institutional learning? Why do we have to make choices here? Why not, like through history, people have learned structure, then by learning, then by books, then by their networks, then by, so why pick one over the other?
So, when we signed the Thiel Fellowship contract, Manish, the first line are Mark Twain's famous words, which is, we never let university interfere with education. I think education is what we should all be pursuing, regardless of what format or structure it comes in. Each one theirs, right? Whatever format anybody can get educated and can keep pursuing that education all through their lives. That's what, in my view, is most important, rather than saying that, hey, there is this structure we've come up with. Let's not question this, regardless of whether this is the best way for an individual to pursue education or not. So in my view, education should be more important than the way that it is imparted. If somebody can get educated in some other way, wish them best. That's just my personal opinion.
Now, that's a great point, and please, we'll have a discussion with the panelists. So next, Ashish, you're a policy entrepreneur and an education entrepreneur. So what are your thinkings about the intersection and the future of education and jobs?
Yeah, thanks, Manish. So firstly, I want to congratulate Dr. Kasturi Rangan and the government on the new education policy. I think it's a landmark guiding policy document. And I want to point out a few things that are related to the future of jobs. You know, we are talking a lot about higher education and vocational education, but we must not forget that foundational numeracy and literacy is first and foremost the bedrock of any economy and any development in society. You know, whether it's China or going back to the West earlier, they first ensured that all their citizens had basic literacy and numeracy. They knew how to read, write, do basic math. And in India, we're still far behind. About half our children are not able to achieve these basic literacy and numeracy goals. And now the government has launched a new mission after the NEP came out to focus on FLN, Foundational Literacy and Numeracy. So I think that's number one, because without that bedrock, you know, skilling at the end of the day, I think you've said it, and I always say it, is the repair business. We need our students to be ready and have that solid foundation. So that I think is critical. Secondly, you know, the new education policy does talk about vocational. Vocational is kind of broken, and even in schools, in high school, to do vocational is going to be very difficult. But what we have is an interesting bifurcation in our education system. About half the children now go to private school, and half go to government school. It's essentially the bottom half of the socioeconomic pyramid. Not exactly, that goes to government schools. So can we look at repurposing the half that go to government schools in secondary school to be more vocational schools? It'll require real concerted effort over the next 5-10 years. We'll have to move away from the anodyne, boring curricula that we have for vocational. It's absolutely terrible. We'll have to rip it apart. We'll have to use technology. We'll have to look at general employability skills and embedding that into the curriculum. Because not everybody will go into very specialized field. India is still going to be more of a services economy. But I think there's the opportunity in high school to completely rip it up and to completely repurpose government schools. Private schools can continue doing what they're doing. A third is, I would say, with regards to higher education. And there my experience really stems from Ashoka University, where our belief has always been that multidisciplinary education, you know, the liberal arts, which is really multidisciplinary, holistic, which is called out as, again, the most significant reform in higher education, the new education policy, is critical because knowledge is changing very rapidly. And what we want is our students to really develop a love for learning so that they are lifelong learners. And they're lifelong learners across domains. They can connect the dots. And they have good communication skills. Ritesh was saying there's no point having great ideas if you can't write well or express yourself verbally. I think that's really important. A lot of people are very bullish on tech and data, and I understand the world is moving in that direction. But I think what we need to look at is, you know, people should study whatever they want to study. I don't think you should just go into engineering or just go into data science. I mean, frankly, study what you love studying. Computation is going to become more of a horizontal. You don't need to study computer science. You just don't need to, you shouldn't be a technophobe. You should understand the basics. The same way mathematics went from becoming a vertical to a horizontal. You can't be an economist unless you have the basics of mathematics. Similarly, I think computation, data science is becoming a horizontal. It's a basic foundational skill that a lot of students need to have. The other is this sort of industry academia connect. I know FICCI represents industry. I think the challenge is on both sides. Industry just doesn't do enough to connect with academia. And our institutions also don't respond well. But I would encourage, as opposed to industry looking at such transactional relationships, saying we're going to work with a few institutions, really put our people to work with the academics and be much more deliberate about a 5-10 year agenda in 1 or 2 focus areas, as opposed to this small, bite-sized, very transactional relationship. Ashoka, for instance, has just signed an MOU with the IPA, the Indian Pharmaceutical Association. We're going to work with them on curriculum development for our master's programs, industry-led PhD programs, and work with the association over the next 5-10 years. And we need many more of these kinds of partnerships if we're going to be successful. The last is with regards to digital, where I think EdTech can play a big role in massifying higher education, knowledge, this lifelong, what I call a 60-year curriculum. I mean, in the journey of a 60-year curriculum where high school and college are important milestones, we're going to be lifelong learners. And so how can we, get different doses of education at different points in our life, which are relevant to us both from the workplace, but also in terms of living a more meaningful life. And I think there we've just started something called Ashoka X, but I think every institution, every one of the top 200 institutions really needs to start something there. Companies should actually look at starting their own courses as well. As you've seen on Coursera now, lots of leading companies, Google, Microsoft, IBM, have their own courses. And I think that's a big opportunity in terms of lifelong learning as well. I would say that in terms of the future of jobs, we also need to think about women. Female participation in the workforce is really low. Now it's interesting. Women do as well as men, frankly better in school. We have as many girls as boys. The gross enrollment ratio in college is the same. So it's not that the supply side doesn't exist, but there are certain societal barriers. So we need some behavior change, hard societal barriers to cross. But I think there are lots of problems on the demand side as well. And we need to look at, on the demand side, how do we define norms for companies? How do we make our cities safer, transport? I mean, really make the workplace more women friendly. Because it's abysmal that we're at 25% female participation in the workforce when women hold up half the sky, as Mao said. So I think more research and more work and industry really needs to take on responsibility. You can't say we'd like it to happen and then not set targets for yourself. And I think FICCI needs to look at this as much as any other association. And we have about 5-6 academics at Ashoka who do work in this area. We'd love to partner with FICCI and others on this. And the final one I would say is with education particularly, we have to look at the private sector. 47% of our children go to private schools, about 70% of students go to private higher education institutions. How do we create the right incentives for them to really focus on not only improving learning outcomes, but getting our students to be ready for future jobs, for the workplace, and for the evolving workplace? I think that's really important because you can't just browbeat them the way you can browbeat the public system. And finally, I'll just touch on research, which Dr. Kasturi Rangan also talked about. As a country, we need to invest in science and technology. Universities are at the core of that. And the National Research Foundation is a good start. But I would say industry also needs to come and look at this more seriously and what they can do alongside the National Research Foundation, alongside institutions, and really leveraging our institutions to build the future India. So thanks, Manish.
So just two quick questions for you, Ashish. One would be around, do you think that we have sort of ownership neutral guidelines in education? I mean, in banking, we don't, public sector, private sector have an apartheid. But do you think we're starting to get to the point where because of the large role of the private sector now, we're reaching sort of parity in terms of regulatory ecosystem or not? And second is technology. The world has been forced into this mandatory global digital literacy program in the last 9 months. What is your thoughts now? Is it 20% less? Is it than a physical classroom? Is it different because you're getting the academics, but you're not getting social? I mean, in the last 9 months, or technology works in iterations, and this is forcing us to learn, and in a few months or few years, we'll get to parity there too.
Yeah. So I think this whole private-public parity, I think the new education policy does touch on this, and I think it finally addresses this issue that we do need to treat them as equals. I wouldn't say let's not go for heavy dose regulation of the private sector. We just need greater transparency coupled with greater autonomy. We take away the license Raj from the private sector and someday even look at, should there be some sense of a for-profit structure there? Because the truth is all of them, I mean, we are not at Ashoka, but most institutions are for-profit. And if you want to take the informal into the formal, then you have to bell the cat at some point, right? I think finally, with regards to technology, I think technology will play a different role at different types of higher education institutions. At top tier institutions like the IITs or SOCAs, frankly, I think the undergraduate level is going to be physical. I mean, if anything, this COVID period has shown that digital pales in comparison to the physical. It's not a complete education. And obviously, we need to weave in technology into the teaching learning process. But so much of who you are is a function of getting away from home and learning from your peers and that environment that's been created. But I think at if you look at the Carnegie classification of higher education, the top tier being these research universities, I think at the bottom end, at whether it's undergraduate education, vocational, whether it's a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, as is laid out in the NEP, I think there EdTech can play a much more meaningful role. And we need more blended programs. I wouldn't say EdTech only, but blended. I think if anything, the MOOCs have shown just leaving content out there is like selling books in a bookstore. I mean, those who are most motivated will buy them and actually read them, right? So we need more sort of blended with online learning assistance and blended forms of education at that level. So I think education holds a lot of promise. At the graduate level, by the way, I think education is going to play an even more important role. Master's degrees are going to get disintermediated or bust up into micro masters. And then this whole idea of lifelong learning, which is really a bunch of micro masters through your journey, beyond undergraduate or beyond high school, going forward, which will be tech delivered.
Thanks, Ashish. Mayank, you want to?
Hi. No, thanks. Thanks, Sabal. No, I think hearing all these topics, this is something that we at Upgrad live and breathe on an ongoing basis, how technology can enable us to scale education to a very large section of society. But maybe, Manish, what I'll do is I'll run through just some observation that we have had, and therefore what has been our learning and what we feel is missing in the ecosystem, specifically when it comes to changing of landscape of jobs, career, and therefore what role can education play. I think what we have noticed, at least 2-3 generations back, when job used to get handed down from generation after generation, your surname used to define what job would you be doing. And I think in the last generation, we moved to one job in one career span. And today, when we are talking to individuals, and we hire, hundreds of individuals every week to 2 weeks who come and join us at Upgrad, and I ask them one question: how many jobs have you had, and how many years of experience are you currently at? And always the answer is 3 to 5 years in a single job, and I'm shifting and I'm flipping job as if I'm flipping a calendar on an every new year basis. That shift and that rapid change in jobs, specifically in the current generation, means, as what everyone has said, lifelong learning will become a norm and not an exception. And when I talk to my 6-year-old son about what he should be doing in his future, I don't think 50% of the jobs that he would have access to even exist today. And therefore, what Dr. Kasturi Rangan said, that look, learning how to learn is an extremely, extremely important skill that all of us will have to develop. And the shift that we are seeing from a job for my entire generation to job switching and flipping on a consistent basis will mean that people will have to go back to universities and colleges or education needs to stay relevant in the ecosystem. And for us, therefore, when we're looking at this ecosystem of lifelong learning, we are coining it as Bachpan se Pachpan tak, or pre-K to grade, what a lot of people call about. You will have to continue to go back to education to stay relevant to the fast-changing environment that we are seeing right now. And it's not just because of what's happening in the job market, but fundamentally, technology has disrupted not just jobs, but the way things get done. And I think our IT sector, which literally built our middle class in some form or fashion, there's a talk of job loss. My personal take is that with that technology shift happening, I don't think a lot of jobs will get lost. Not many more new jobs will get created. And where we took a strong position of IT, India being the IT capital and technology capital globally, can India become the digital capital globally, where a lot of cutting edge work, whether it's on AI, machine learning, data science, etc., can potentially happen from the ecosystem coming out of India. And that shift, I think you're hearing from all the IT services conversation that moving us from 50,000 US dollar per employee to 100,000 US dollar employee, what does that mean, and how we can reskill the entire employee pool to get relevant to that ecosystem. That's where, Manish, to me, one of the two interesting observations that I had was this phenomenal change that we are doing with national education policy, where we are enabling the education system to stay relevant to what the needs of the industry and the needs of the job ecosystem is, where you are coming out with exit options during the course of your program. Because I think in India, you cannot have 4-year undergrad, 3-year undergrad. People may want to exit, get a part sort of a credential, and then move up and come back to the education system later. The concept of credit bank, which will make lifelong learning far more relevant to what we speak right now. The new online degree policy, which will open up a very different ecosystem. I mean, today for every, I don't know, I'm just sort of seeing 20-25 people who are on the panel today on the screen right now. There are about 75 people of similar age group who haven't had access to higher education in this country. And if India has to move up on the GR, the online degree policy to sort of taking it to that level is an extremely crucial part. But I do believe that to a lot of these policy changes that we are talking about, it has to get implemented much faster. Unfortunately, the demographic dividend, we do not have enough time to make that shift, to make online education the mainstream, to bring sort of high quality technology to making good education accessible. And that's where, to the last point that I would mention, that look, while online has to play a very important role, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. I mean, Ashish mentioned a very important point that making content accessible is making glorified libraries. And we don't require libraries in this country as much as we require high quality education access. And there's a significant amount of investment that needs to be done in making education rigorous when it comes to online and making outcomes very meaningful. And that's where one of the big things that we don't realize, while schools are turned online, the biggest advantage of having schools were that it taught children how to sit in one place for 8 hours before they can hit the factory or the work life. But I think those activities are still a lot of work to be done. And to just summarize and round it up, Manish, for me, while lifelong learning will become a norm and online will play an important role, there's a significant amount of investment work that still needs to ensure that we can win this ecosystem. But if we do so, India can not only solve for India education and job problem, but potentially has the opportunity of becoming the teaching capital of the world, given the manpower that we have to our sort of access. No, thanks, Mayank.
Thanks, Mayank. You said your 6-year-old son may live in a world where 50% of the jobs don't exist today. Actually, we have to be careful with this kind of presentism. Historians warn against a disease called presentism. 50% of the jobs created in the US in every decade since 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s did not exist in the decade before that. So we're not living in these special, unique times that somehow make us breathless. But let me ask you one quick question. There is a criticism that online learning works for upgrade. It doesn't work for in the prepare, repair, and upgrade continuum. Online learning works for upgrade because there is a motivated learner. It does not work for prepare, particularly for first-generation learners, and it's hard to make for repair. I'm not saying I agree with that, but what would be your reaction be to that sort of? At this point in time, technology hasn't got to the point where it works for repair, prepare, and upgrade. Do you agree or not really?
No, I think, I mean, technology to me, Manish, has to find a place where it first gets accepted. And I agree to your point that repair is the first place where acceptance is pretty high and it just picks up much faster. But the way things are changing and things are evolving, where you can have a mentor of hundreds of coaches and one-on-one counseling and one-on-one coaching on a Zoom or a Google Hangout, etc., where that personal connect can be formed. Sometimes we fail to understand that online education is about making a blinker that connects your eyes to your laptop so that you don't blink away. While in a classroom, you can. That aspect of technology development, there's still some time to go. So as we speak with the current technology, I think repair is a very solid sort of proposition that online provides. But the way things are changing with personalization, data, and hand-holding support coming in, I think prepare and ensuring that people on the early part of undergrad, I don't think K through 12 to a very large extent will get that impact, but undergrad slowly will start having online education coming in as well.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm sorry we're really out of time, so I'm going to hand over to Suhail. We are really running behind, so thank you very much. Sorry we can't have a panel together, but Suhail, it's all yours to wrap up.
Thanks. First, I'd like to compliment and congratulate FICCI for attempting and for doing what they've done qua education. I have a fundamental issue here, and I think Dr. Kasturi Rangan highlighted it, and so did Ashish. For decades, because of societal pressures, we as a country and we as a society have harped more on education rather than on knowledge. To my mind, knowledge is the overarching pyramid under which all these other elements sit, including giftedness, whatever. Knowledge, according to Jiddu Krishnamurti, who I've had a lot of regard for, one of our finest thinkers of modern India, he said knowledge is actually an expression of freedom from fossilized thinking. Knowledge feeds on data, knowledge feeds on information, knowledge feeds on experiences. Education, sadly, in our country has been a journey from class 0 to 11 at one stage, 0 to 12, college, someone mentioned masters, and then out in the job market. What we've therefore created is a society of cookie cutters in every which way, which is why we are the software power of the world, and yet Facebook, Google, none of this was invented in India. It was invented overseas. And that begs a question. Is there something radically wrong with the way we look at education / knowledge? I think the answer is yes. Is there a problem that can be solved? Ashish and I have had very brief conversations and only one long conversation. And I believe over the last 30, 40, 50 years, we allowed liberal arts to die in India.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the special session at FICCI's 93rd Annual Convention, Inspired India, a session with Sri Anand Sharma, Honorable Member of Parliament and Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Rajya Sabha. Joining Mr. Anand Sharma are Mr. Uday Shankar, President-elect FICCI, and Dr. Jyotsna Suri, past President FICCI and Chairperson and Managing Director, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. May I now invite Mr. Uday Shankar to welcome and moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning and a very warm welcome to Honorable Mr. Anand Sharma, Member of the Parliament and Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, distinguished guests, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I wanted to extend a quick warm welcome to Mr. Sharma, who's very well known to all of us here in this conversation. Mr. Sharma has been one of the most distinguished members of Parliament, a minister, veteran minister, and a very articulate advocate of the responsible partnership between industry and society. And that is why it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Sharma to come and speak to us. And in these times when we all could do with bipartisan advice from across the spectrum, I can't think of a better person than Mr. Sharma to talk about the issues that confront us and how best to resolve them in the best interest of the country and society. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Uday. The President of FICCI, Sangeeta Reddy, and President-elect Uday Shankar, Jyotsna Suri, past presidents, captains of industry, friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank you all. I was happy when Sangeeta Reddy came to invite me for this AGM. I have been looking forward to engaging with you all because the country and the world is confronted with an extraordinary crisis, something that the world had not seen for over a century. Nobody could have anticipated the onset of this pandemic which has created enormous disruption across the globe and including in our own country. What is important for us to see is how we have been able to respond to it, manage it. There were countries before us who were impacted much more to begin with in Europe, and thereafter the United States. And the lockdown were introduced even before the lockdown in India to break the chain and the community spread, to check that. India also had to go in for that. It had become necessary. But what we saw was one of the most stringent lockdowns. Yes, it may be a case that the numbers have kept on climbing, but nobody could have helped that has helped anywhere in the world. But what it led to was not only disruption, a shutdown of the economy, of the economic fallout. And particularly the poor and the vulnerable got social and economically vulnerable got impacted, as it happens in any society. India is a vast country, diverse country. India has a chance to work in the factories. We call them the migrant labor. About 140 million plus from very conditions. Transport, trains, buses, interstate movement, intercitizen condition. To respond. It's not only the government of India, but it's the state government, the district administration, the municipal administration, who have to scramble to put in place the quarantine shelters, to arrange for food and other social security measures, which they badly needed. But there were certain images which would stay etched in our memory of pregnant women, old men, women, children, trudging hundreds of kilometers to their villages. Perhaps their lessons learned how to handle a pandemic, which have to be handled geographically by the districts and subdivisions and the municipalities, and I hope that we put in place standard procedures for future. We have also witnessed a major upheaval in our economy and a contraction. I'll not say that India is an exception. It has happened to other countries too. But if we look at the Q1 numbers of 23.9, it was pretty high. But luckily, there has been a recovery. When we look at the second quarter, and the numbers are 7.6. I am talking to those who are better informed than me about these numbers and what's happening to our economy. But one thing I have to say, despite the challenge, we were not overwhelmed. We responded with grit as a nation. When we look at where we were in March, the world was still learning, including the doctors and the medical fraternity, how this virus was behaving, as scary as it is and continues to be. India was not thrown off balance, I would say. We have been up the learning curve very sharply. We ramped up our capacities. And there I would compliment the Indian industry, our entrepreneurs too, and our healthcare system. From the isolation beds, which were nearly 170,000 on the 1st of April, today we have almost 14 lakh isolation beds. The ICU beds, we have quadrupled from 20,000 to 80,000. And similarly, the tests from 28,000, we have gone to 1.5 million. And the number of labs, when you look at the testing labs, 125 in March 31st, and today 2,229 or maybe more. So this is a credit to our people, to our society, to the government. So we all got together as a nation, as the people of India, to respond to a situation which was beyond us. And equally, I would say that I'm proud that this country is today in a position not only to manufacture but export ventilators, the PPE kits, the masks which are there. But yes, there was a recession in our economy even before the COVID pandemic. We were declining for 6 continuous quarters, and the last one was 3.1. But now, what we have seen, due to this, there have been huge loss of jobs, incomes, daily wages. The urban poor perhaps get ignored because they do not automatically get covered by the social security net and the food security net. And that is what we have learned during this pandemic. And now we have, in fact, I chair a parliamentary standing committee. We have discussed it in detail on home, because the pandemic management was with the Ministry of Home Affairs under the Epidemics Act, but the NDMA Act in particular. Now, there is need in this country to have a national database, particularly on the migrant labor and workers. And as I have mentioned, it has to be the location, the geography. Surely we will come out better prepared and hope and pray that there is no pandemic in our lifetime again and in the lifetime of our children. But when we look at the industry per se, both organized and unorganized sectors have been affected. Huge loss of jobs. In organized sector, it's feared 10 million jobs may have been lost. And in the unorganized sector, which employs 80% plus of our workforce, about 450 million Indians, the job losses may be 4 crores plus. The hospitality sector, the aviation, has been worst affected because there is a multiplier effect there. These are labor intensive. They're also foreign exchange earners. And about 30%, that's the global average, and maybe in India, of the restaurants, eateries, they have been shut for good. And it employs 6 crore people. So we're talking about 1.5 to 2 crore jobs lost there. When you look at the recovery, it's a debatable issue whether it's a V-shaped recovery that we are witnessing or it is K-shaped, because it's one part which is moving up and there's another part which is not moving up as of now. In the organized sector, we have to look, I was looking at the salaries which go in the banks as bank deposits. The salaries below 25,000. Now those deposits are down by 20%. So that is an area of concern which continues there. The migrant laborers have returned to the cities and towns post-lockdown, but job availability is much less and there's no demand for jobs, though the labor is available. The economy, as per the Reserve Bank, had gone into a consumption shock, but we saw a spurt in Q2. We hope it is sustained in the next 2 quarters, which is very important. It could have been the festive season, the pent-up demand, the inventories of the stocks which were there. Now it is important those stocks are rebuilt for this country. And also what concerns me, and I must be very frank in sharing, is the bank credit. The government has announced stimulus, many measures. Most of them are fiscal, credit related, interest subvention. But it is not what is claimed to be over 10% or 15% of the GDP. It's barely 1.5% of our GDP. And the financial outgo is less. I personally feel that people, particularly the poor people, must have some money in their hands, as it has been done elsewhere by the governments. Then only the demand and the consumption will go up and the factories will produce and there'll be markets, there'll be consumers. So we need to be more generous. We need not look at this year, which is exceptional for fiscal deficit numbers and the FRBM. Let's cross that. We'll have to breach the limit. Even if we have to go towards partial demonetization to give more stimulus, go to the industry, including wage support, guarantees, which government has done, but perhaps there is room to do more. And that's where I would urge the Prime Minister and his government to do so. There are two concerns, or three rather. The capital expenditure is still very low. Private expenditure, but the government expenditure is low, which needs to be ramped up. We also have the concerns about investment crisis next year and a banking crisis, because the banks are losing their margins, interest margins, and they are not making money even on the loans that have been given. So the government will have to go in for major capital infusion in the Indian banks. That is my suggestion, I'll not say recommendation, because banks need to be compensated. The government must recognize this problem too. I hope the finance minister is listening, or some of you tell her. If I get an opportunity, I will do so, because as of now, it appears the North Bloc is clueless about this crisis which we may face in the next financial year. Friends, we have lost 10% of our GDP, which is not small. It will take time for us to recover. We'll be lucky if we end up this year with the good performance in the next few months, but we'll be still down by low double digit, maybe 10%. So next year, what we do, hopefully the vaccines will come, and we will be able to actually accelerate, press the pedal when it comes to our economy and industry, and create a better year and a better future. But even if we grow at an extraordinary pace next year, we will go back in 2022 to where we were, India's GDP, in 2019-20. This is how big the challenge is. So it has to be an inspired India, a resilient India, a confident India, which will be able to overcome this challenge. I was following the proceedings of the FICCI AGM. The Honorable Prime Minister had come, other ministers, and there was talk of reforms. Yes, India has, since 1991, embarked on the path of reforms, fiscal reforms, structural reforms. It's a continuous process. I'm a votary of reforms. What is important to bear in mind that our reforms have always been backed by a national consensus. There has been a predictability. There has been no reversal, no U-turns. That gives confidence to our partner countries and to the investors. I will say that during my time, we opened up many sectors. People need to be reminded. We faced opposition, yes, it happens in democracy. Today's votaries were opposing what we were doing when we were in government, Dr. Manmohan Singh and me and other colleagues. Particularly when we opened up the retail sector. The single brand retail, 100% we went up to FDI. The multi-brand retail, which created a huge uproar and controversy. We opened up the aviation sector, the defense sector. Today, if we have Marks and Spencer and IKEAs of the world, let me humbly take some credit that we put in place policies which ensured that they come to our country. After 2014, when there has been a change in the government, there have been many reforms. If I have to name few, the GST, the IBC, Insolvency and Banking Code, the insurance bill. Now, how they happened? Because Congress party gave bipartisan support. Until 2018, no reforms could have taken place, no bills would have been passed in Rajya Sabha because we had the numbers. Now our numbers have gone down. But until then, and I'll say that the government reached out to the opposition, negotiated with us, and we miss our friend Arun Jaitley. Big reforms which went through. Today, what we are seeing is a turbulence, some protests. The issue is of farm laws. Question we must honestly ask: why? Reforms must be participatory, not arbitrary. There must be stakeholders' consultations. We have a parliament, we are a constitutional democracy, there is a system of checks and balances. We have a parliamentary standing committee, which provides a platform for stakeholders' consultations, legislative scrutiny. There's inclusion and consensus which is created. What is important is there would always be different views. There will always be reservations. But to find the middle ground, to build a consensus, nothing should be rushed through or done without building that consensus. That results in what we are seeing: agitation, conflict, and a loss of trust. What worries me today is the binary of we versus you. This is dangerous. It should not happen in our country. We all Indians are patriots. We will support all positive measures of the government. Opposition is there to flag issues, but we are responsible citizens. National interest is as important to us as to the government of the day. There would always be constructive inputs, critical inputs given, and cooperation. But in a democracy, when we have to oppose, that's why we are called the opposition. In any democracy, you need that. As there's a Sanskrit shloka, Naikam Chakram Abhi Prabhayatam, that without two wheels, even the chariot of the god does not move. So the chariot of democracy must have the government, but must also have a robust and effective opposition, but a responsible opposition. What my advice to the government and my appeal to the government? Yes, in any agitation, sometimes there would be elements who do not represent the mainstream. And it's here the farmers' unions. Let's not forget, the farmers are the andatas. They made India self-reliant when it comes to our food requirements. A food exporter, net exporter in the world today. We are very proud of them. And it is their sons who defend our frontiers. And that's why when we were challenged by two successive wars in the early 60s, our then Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri had given the slogan of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. I personally feel that through dialogue, everything can be resolved. Through negotiations, through persuasion. We have chief ministers of the states. They should be involved. And let's get over this crisis too, as a nation together. I will say one thing. What is democracy and its essence? There will be different ideologies and different perceptions. But India is a rich bouquet, multilingual, multi-ethnic, multi-religious. India's strength is its unity in diversity. India's strength is in its institution, its constitution, and also secure citizens. As long as the citizens feel secure, that their fundamental rights would be respected, India will gallop forward. Nothing can stop this great country. But dialogue, and for the government also to listen. The word dialogue is important, because if only I talk and I don't listen to you, then there will be a problem. हमारी परंपरा भारत की क्या रही? चर्चा, चिंतन, वाद विवाद और संवाद. So there will be charcha, discussion. Chintan is reflection, as you know. there'll be Vivad. There'll also be Vivad. There may be disputes. But then the disputes and differences must lead to some Vivad. That is a dialogue again. I hope that we will always remember that. We have recently seen elections in a large democracy and a major power of the world, in the United States of America. We saw the narrative too. Yes, it was bitter. That's how elections are. But once the election results are there, the institutions take charge. And slowly and slowly, people get over the acrimony and the bitterness of the elections. Here I would admire the American institutions too, the way their Supreme Court has been acting and functioning. India too also has our judiciary, which is independent, meant to be independent. But it has a constitutional mandate and a duty, the Supreme Court, to uphold the Constitution, to uphold the statutes. There are concerns when there are delays on important constitutional matters, and the bucket is kicked down the road. There's an old saying, justice delayed is justice denied. When justice is to be done, when interventions are required, my urging would be, that is the expectation, my lords, and they should do that, because we all have faith. That faith must remain intact in our system, that as a rule-based and rule-governed society. When we talk of future, where we go from here, I'm an optimist. The challenges will remain as we go forward to the 2020-21. But let's approach that with hope and optimism, leaving this annus horrible behind us. The pandemic and its management has taught us a lot. India has responded, as I said, with courage. We have learned, we have adapted, we have proved our resilience as it demonstrated our country as a whole, our capacity of scaling up, our response, which I have referred to. You as captains of industry have a major role to play. I have faith in each one of you, our entrepreneurs and our institutions, that together we will be there. It's not when we say that I am from the opposition. We were in the government once. So once the elections are over, it is the government of India. I want to make that absolutely clear. So after whether 2014 or 2019, the government which assumes office is elected by the people. So it's the government of India. It's not the BJP's government. Yes, BJP is the ruling party. And for that matter, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister of all the people of India. So every citizen, therefore, has a right to appeal to their government, to give their suggestions. And it's for the government of the day to accept or otherwise. I wish each one of you a very happy new year, and to your families. We hope that we will be able to build together an India which remains inspired and confident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for that really, really positive and constructive talk to us. May I now request Dr. Jyotsna Suri to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you there. Adam Sharma ji, Honorable Member of Parliament and Deputy Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha, thank you for your time and gracious presence. You have a very long association with FICCI, be it through your tenure as a parliamentarian, be it in the ruling party or in the opposition, and FICCI is very appreciative of it. As you very rightly mentioned, the unprecedented turmoil created by COVID-19 has shaken life and economies across the world. India, as you rightly mentioned again, has demonstrated its strength in dealing with the crisis. be it the timely lockdowns, production of masks and PPE kits, handling the healthcare, and now on the verge of producing a safe and cost-effective vaccine, not only for its own citizens, but of course for the citizens of the world. Thank you, Anandji, for sharing your valuable views with the industry on how our inspired India can emerge as a strong, vibrant economy. Thank you, President-elect Mr. Uday Shankar, for your opening remarks. I wish you good luck for your forthcoming tenure, and we are all looking forward to your leadership. Thank you, Team FICCI, for putting together this entire show, and of course, all of you who have logged in for this session. And as the year comes to a close, let me take this opportunity on wishing all of you a happier, healthier, and more peaceful 2021. Stay safe, stay healthy. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Hmm? Be, be loud and clear. Be smart. Yeah. इधर से
There's kind attention, please. Hello. Honorable Raksha Mantri will be joining us in a few seconds. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Hello. Ajay ji, audio.
Good afternoon, members of the Defense Committee, past presidents, etc. I thought we can talk a bit. We'll stop as soon as Honorable Raksha Mantri joins us. But hello, very nice to see all of you. And let me also congratulate the committee for a very active year.
You've done a great job, you and your team, Sangeeta. All teams.
No, the team has done a great job. Team has done a great job. Thank you. It's just very nice seeing all of you.
You're muted, so we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I'm saying we should all be congratulating you, Sangeeta.
So we'll all look forward to welcoming Uday.
The meetings went off well, even though they were pretty, packed. But I think overall it was managed well.
Okay.
The
Raksha Mantri has joined us. Raksha Mantri has joined us. Namaskar ji. Please begin. Go ahead. Start.
Good afternoon. We welcome you all to the valedictory session of FICCI's 93rd Annual Expo. Today we have a very special guest, Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Raksha Mantri, Government of India. Sri Rajnath Singh has been allotted the portfolio of Union Defence Minister on May 2019. Prior to this, he served as the Union Minister for Home Affairs from 2014 to 2019. He entered the journey of politics in 1974 and became Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh in 2000. He also served as Cabinet Minister for Surface Transport and Agriculture and Food Processing. I also acknowledge the presence of Mr. S.P. Shukla, Chairman, Mr. Sudhakar Gande, Mr. Arun Ramchandani, co-chairs of FICCI Defence and Aerospace Committee. Before I request President FICCI, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, to welcome Honorable Minister, we will now present a walkthrough of our innovative new platform, FICCI Bike, specially showcasing FICCI Annual Expo. I now hand over to my colleague, Vaidya. Thank you.
आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, we welcome you to this virtual tour of FICCI Annual Expo 2020, which is hosted at in-house developed FICCI Bike platform. Here we are at the FICCI Virtual Convention and Exhibition Center. इसमें हम विजिटर के रूप में लॉग इन करेंगे. The expo has 13 lobbies with more than 2,000 exhibitors from 58 sectors, more than 5,000 business visitors, over 100 countries registered the first 7 days. सबसे पहले हम रक्षा प्रदर्शनी हॉल में प्रवेश करेंगे. In the Defense Exhibition Hall, we have 47 companies showcasing their products and capabilities. प्रदर्शनी में DPSUs, निजी क्षेत्र के प्रमुख खिलाड़ी, MSME और यहाँ तक कि स्टार्टअप भी प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं. Here, a visitor can connect with exhibitor through chat, audio, and video calling options, and also exchange e-business card. Let me now take you to the Uttar Pradesh One District, One Product exhibition. Let me also take you to the networking launch. यहाँ हमने B2B meetings आयोजन करने का प्रावधान किया है. Honorable Minister, sir, we thank you for your time and virtually visiting FICCI Annual Expo 2020.
Thank you very much.
To kindly deliver the welcome remarks.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh Ji, Mr. Uday Shankar, President-elect FICCI, past presidents, executive committee members of FICCI, members of the Defense Committee, excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior officials of the government, captains of industry, media. Over the last few days, we've had the privilege of listening to eminent personalities, including global leaders, ministers, senior government officials on their vision for an inspired India. And especially, we've had the honor and privilege of hearing the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. It is now our very good fortune to welcome one of India's most senior leaders, Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh ji, to deliver the valedictory address. We thank you, sir, for joining us at FICCI's 93rd AGM and annual convention and gracing us with your presence. Since assuming office in May 2019, Rajnath ji, you have proven to be dynamic, forward-looking, and in charge of such an important portfolio. You gave us the confidence and the comfort of a strong, stable country. Under his charge, the defense sector has seen transformative changes towards attaining the goal of Atmanirbhar Raksha Utpadan. There is no doubt that with this pace of positive and meaningful reform, enabling the Make in India movement, and it is our hope that India will soon become an exporter of defense equipment. And that was seen by the enthusiasm that you have seen in the FICCI Annual Expo by the defense sector. Indian defense sector is one of the important drivers of the engine of growth and can raise the contribution of manufacturing from the current 16% of GDP to the target of 25% by 2025. Developments in this sector will spur industry recovery and lead to the spin-off benefits of increased research, employment generation, corridor development, which will go a long way in developing the industrial base of the country. We are confident the Indian defense sector will put its best foot forward in reaching this goal, in becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat and creating new job opportunities. Raksha Mantri ji, we are honored by your presence here today, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for all the visits that you have enabled us in video as well as in person. You have been very encouraging. You have inspired us to continue to match the pace, and our team, our committees, our industry will respond to the tremendous benefits that you have given and ensure that we work this path together. I now request the Honorable Raksha Mantri to share his vision on Inspired India in his valedictory address to us. Namaste and thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sangeeta ji. Dr. Sangeeta ji Reddy, President of FICCI. Mr. Uday Shankar, my friend, President-elect FICCI, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Suprabhatam. It gives me great pleasure to interact with you all through this digital forum on the occasion of 93rd Annual Convention of FICCI. In more than 9 decades of its existence, FICCI has played a pivotal role in addressing the issues concerning Indian industry and business in the most constructive manner. It has played a very important role in India's emergence as one of the most rapidly growing global economy. Friends, the COVID-19 pandemic may have constrained our ability to meet in person. However, it has afforded us the flexibility of time, distance, and virtual interaction. Such a format facilitates a more inclusive dialogue with saving in time and resources. In that sense, this adaptation represents the very essence of converting challenges into opportunities, of transforming distance into proximity, and seeking inspiration from momentary setbacks. The pandemic is a massive challenge which has shaken up the whole world. It has impacted almost every aspect of our daily lives, and the setback to global economy is also immense. At the same time, the pandemic has also inspired and pushed the boundaries of the human ingenuity. My friends, I don't think there could have been a more apt theme for this year's convention. The beginning of the year 2020 was unfortunate for the entire world. The outbreak of coronavirus epidemic brought with itself a great amount of uncertainty. India too was greatly impacted by it. It was a serious challenge for a nation like India that was making a quick stride towards attaining its right place in the Committee of Nations. Stopping, halting, or moving back was not an option for us, but human life was the most precious for us. The option was never between to save lives or to save livelihoods. We knew our utmost priority was first to save lives. We knew that at no cost we could risk the lives of millions. Hence, India became one of the first few nations to impose a countrywide lockdown that continued for weeks. We knew it is going to be hard, but we were certain that we would bounce back, and here what we call Inspired India played the most important role. The Inspired India that believes in our innate capacity to find opportunity among adversity. The Inspired India that was not ready to give up. The Inspired India that constitutes of our medical fraternity who made every possible effort to minimize loss of lives. The inspired India that constitute a few, the esteemed members of business and industry, who made every possible effort to minimize loss of livelihoods. My friends, the inspired India that constitute of innovators and enterprising youth who work tirelessly to minimize loss of opportunities. The inspired India constitutes of institutions like Election Commission that manage to conduct a free, fair and peaceful election with 7.79 crore voters in such a challenging time. The inspired India that constitute of our armed forces, whom no virus could deter from their duty. While the world was fighting the deadly virus, they were valiantly defending our borders. And above all, the inspired India that constitute millions of common men and women who showed great patience and resilience in this fight against coronavirus. Today, India is back on track with a new vigor in our fight against COVID-19, and inspired India with all Indians participated together as a nation. The role of citizens in successful implementation of the lockdown in order to contain the initial spread of the virus was no mean achievement. Voluntary organizations came forward to provide food, medicines, and essential supplies in lockdown. Civil society contributed by taking care of the needy, and the individuals stood by each other, many a times organizing tiffin services for migrants. It was amazing. The devotion of duty showed by our frontline COVID warriors, including doctors, healthcare workers, ASHA workers, sanitation staff, etc., earned the adulation of the entire nation. The government acknowledged this indomitable spirit of the entire nation. In order to pay respect and bind the entire nation with this spirit, innovative measures like clapping and beating thalis, lighting of diyas were encouraged by our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. Our defense forces also expressed their gratitude to coronavirus warriors, including healthcare workers, police, and forces who were at the forefront of the battle against the pandemic through fly-past, lit-up ships, and musical tributes outside hospitals across the country. I still remember the time when serious doubts were raised regarding our ability to provide basic support facilities from masks to PPE kits, ventilators, and ICU beds. We have witnessed how different companies rose to the challenge to manufacture healthcare products like masks, PPE kits, sanitizers, ventilators, and ICU beds at the start of the pandemic. I congratulate our entrepreneurs who showed courage. They took a leap of faith in adopting and adjusting their production lines. That truly reflects the sentiment expressed by Gandhiji about companies acting as trusteeships, valuing social responsibility alongside profits. This pandemic has also proven that India has always been futuristic and has believed in finding permanent solutions to the problems. World over, there have been serious and sincere efforts to make a COVID-19 vaccine as early as possible. India too made a quick development in this regard. Today, after only 10 months, vaccines are in their final stage of development to be produced in India. But an important question was, what if tomorrow a new virus outbreak happens? Can we afford yet another coronavirus-like epidemic? The answer to this uncertainty is to create a defensive mechanism that can fight any virus. The answer is to strengthen our immune system. Friends, it is heartening to note that India has walked toe to toe with its global peers, helping people across the globe. Besides helping itself to recover from the crisis, this nation also helped many other countries of the world to recover. Whether it is evacuation or supply of medicines or any other kind of help, India is taking everyone along. That is, India has been inspired by itself and has also inspired others to help them get revived. There is a self-inspiration of India which has been embedded in us for centuries in the form of Sangakshadhvam, Sangvaradhvam, that is, may we all go together, let us all move together. Friends, this government is action-driven and believes in tackling the problem head-on. Right from the start, our government has taken various steps to mitigate the adverse impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. The financial packages that the government has released have had wide-ranging and far-reaching impact. Commencing with the initiative on 26th March 2020, a rupees 1.7 lakh crore package was announced, which focused on providing immediate relief to the poor, migrants, and both urban and rural workers also. It included food security and direct cash transfer. In May this year, a follow-up 20 lakh crore package addressed a number of challenges faced by the country. The focus of this initiative also aimed to provide a major impetus to the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. As you are aware, it included collateral-free loans, relief for salaried taxpayers, workers, and other stressed businesses. Government contracts up to rupees 200 crores were limited to only domestic firms. Nearly 81 lakh MSMEs have taken advantage of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme under the Atmanirbhar Bharat package. While special attention was given to MSME sector as they needed extra support, at the same time, several important policy decisions were also taken to incentivize big businesses. Soon after the nationwide lockdown, which ought to have a negative impact on the economy, the doom shares started making prophecies of doom. It was said that it would take more than 1 or 2 years for India to reverse the 23.9% contraction in our gross domestic product that we witnessed in the first quarter of this financial year. But once again, they were proved wrong. India bounced back in no time. In the second quarter, the Indian economy registered a 7.5% contraction in its gross domestic product, and it was a significant improvement over the 23.9% contraction that we witnessed in the first quarter. The manufacturing sector, which registered a 39.3% contraction in first quarter, registered a 0.6% growth in the second quarter. This forced the Asian Development Bank to change its forecast for the Indian economy, projecting 8% contraction in 2020 and 2021, as compared to 9% degrowth estimated earlier. Agriculture and allied sectors also grew. Electricity, gas, and other services posted at 4.4% growth as against a 7% contraction in previous quarter. This is a clear indication that India's economy is likely to return to pre-COVID-19 levels by the end of the current fiscal year, which is much earlier than expected. Friends, it is the strength of our economy Only that India in April-August 2020 received the highest ever total foreign direct investment. The total FDI inflow in India in the first 5 months was $35.73 billion, 13% higher than that in the same period last fiscal. Our focus on infrastructure building and improvement has not diminished, and we see it is a great multiplier in terms of employment. A word here about the agricultural sector here. For it is the mother sector for all others. Agriculture has been one sector which has been able to avoid the adverse effects of the pandemic and in fact come out the best. Our produce and procurement have been plentiful and our warehouses are full. There is no question of taking retrograde steps against our agricultural sector either. The recent reforms have been undertaken with the best interests of India's farmers in mind. We are, however, always willing to listen to our farmer brothers, allay their misgivings, provide them with assurances we can provide. Our government is always open to discussion and dialogue. Or on the global front, friends, the undermining of global supply chains has created an opportunity to strike a balance between Atmanirbhar and globalization. I think the launch of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan is a watershed moment in the economic history of India. Under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, several policy decisions have been taken that will provide new energy and enthusiasm to industry and business in the country. All of this has been made possible by the help of Inspired India, which is guided and motivated by the bold and decisive leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and timely policy interventions by the government. I firmly believe that in the time of crisis of this scale, it requires a rare leadership to bring people together. While our Prime Minister, not just like the head of the government, but like the head of a family, led the way for all of us. It was leaders from every field who too showed the way. Friends, today we are at the cusp of a major change. The post-corona world is not going to be same. The challenges are going to be big and we will need grit and determination to deal with it. We will need the inspiration to deal with the new world order. We have to strike the right balance in our effort to stimulate economic growth, prevent supply chain disruptions, and create new resilient supply chains. India is working with countries such as Japan and Australia in the context of resilient supply chains, especially in semiconductors, chips, and so on. India can be a great alternative to others because it offers a full spectrum of capabilities and opportunities to foreign investors and partners. India has the potential to emerge as a hub of manufacturing of healthcare products. Labor cost arbitrage is a dream that can still be chased by global manufacturing companies in India. We should catch the next wave for lowering global manufacturing costs. The Labor Code Bill 2020 is also our commitment to increase ease of doing business. I would urge the business community attending this seminar to look into the ways and means to ensure that India becomes a global manufacturer hub soon. We need to take more fulsome advantage of the global shift in outsourcing of manufacturing to Asia. But to do this, we must scale up our skills as well. Among several sectors of the economy which are set to contribute towards our Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative and to the revival of growth, I believe the defense sector would play a significant role. Allow me to take this further and state in no uncertain terms that this is the approach we are trying to bring to the defense sector. It is not a very comforting fact that as one of the largest armed forces of the world, we are so import dependent in critical areas. While we have made some important strides in defense production, a lot more can and must be done. Unprovoked aggression on our Himalayan frontiers is a reminder of how the world is changing, how existing agreements are being challenged, how power is being asserted not just in Himalayas but across the Indo-Pacific, and how uncertain the future of the region and world could be in this backdrop. As you are aware, there is a big buildup of armed forces at the LAC in Ladakh. In these testing times, our forces have shown exemplary courage and remarkable fortitude. They fought the PLA with utmost bravery and forced them to go back. The coming generations of this nation will be proud of what our forces have managed to achieve this year. Actually, I am very proud of. Whenever there is a situation at the LAC, the most obvious outcome is a comparison between India and China's military strength. But I don't want to dwell on that. There can be a serious debate on who owns more military might, but when it comes to soft power, there is no scope of ambiguity. India is far ahead of China when it comes to leading the world with ideas. If you look at the entire East Asia from Burma to Thailand, to Indonesia and Malaysia, even Japan, there is a huge Indian cultural impact on all these countries. Buddhism had a monumental influence over China to an extent that before the 1949 revolution, almost 80% of China's population followed Buddhism. I would like to quote the famous Chinese thinker Hu Xi, who was once the vice chancellor of the Peking University, and once he represented China in United Nations also. He rightly said, India has culturally, I would like to repeat it, India has culturally dominated and controlled China for more than 2000 years without sending a single soldier across the border. This statement by Hu Xi underlines the fact that India as a civilizational state has been inspiring and influencing the world through its culture and soft power for centuries. Friends, India, due to its location, size, population, and economy, has always been at the strategic forefront of the global security. We have been victims of cross-border terrorism, yet have fought the scourge alone, even when there was no one to support us. But later, they understood we were right about Pakistan being the fountainhead of terrorism. And now, again, our brave forces are there in the forefront fighting icy winds to guard our borders and to fulfill their responsibility. The question is, can our industry also stand shoulder to shoulder with our forces? Can we use our economic strength to our advantage, forge the right partnership, bring the right technology for our armed forces? Can we be at the forefront of military production, lethal or non-lethal, like our soldiers on the border? Today's India is different from 1950s or 1960s. Our businesses, people like all of you, are champions in your sectors. You have the confidence that has come from great success in India and overseas as well as the global reach to influence decisions. I urge you to please study our policy shifts in defense more carefully and organize your businesses accordingly. We have opened doors to the private sector, incentivized domestic production, are creating defense corridors and doing a lot more. We are also willing to engage in meaningful joint ventures and partnerships with other countries. We want to make defense equipment in India for the world. So it is time industry examines this opportunity with both pride and priority. But I am here to also make another point. There comes a point in a nation's history, every now and then, when it needs to stand up for itself, tell that India can fight anyone, that it is capable to take any challenge just to survive. However, victorious is the country which not only rises to the challenge, but turns it into an opportunity, changes the way things are, and creates a new reality of prosperity, security, and peace. That's what we need to do in the defense sector. And that is also the essence of Atmanirbharta. In other words, एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत से ही है सुरक्षित और समृद्ध भारत. Defense has huge implications for India's endeavors to promote research and development, innovation, and its efforts to secure a place in the global supply chains. Of particular relevance is the fact that whatever we achieve together in the defense sector has enormous spin-off benefits for the economy in general. Towards this objective, various initiatives have been taken in the defense sector recently. The newly introduced Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020, along with our earlier decision to increase FDI in defense through the automatic route to 74%, will provide an impetus to domestic manufacturing and development with the induction of newer technologies and global best practices. A negative import list of 101 items has been released to give a boost to domestic manufacturing. This will especially provide an opportunity to the private sector to enter into the defense manufacturing space. Our Defense Production and Export Promotion Policy 2020 provides the necessary guidelines to provide an impetus to defense production and exports. I have no doubt that the private sector will remain an active participant in achieving the turnover of rupees 1,75,000 crores and exports of rupees 35,000 crores. We have not only renewed our focus on the research and development, but also made the facilities, labs, and patents of DRDO available for use in the private sector to encourage defense production. As part of our policy, there is a special emphasis on supporting and encouraging MSMEs to become a part of global defense value chains. This means that they need support for upstream and downstream integration with raw material supply chains and markets. Their products need to be qualitatively competitive, not just in terms of price. Our industry associations have a big role and responsibility in this regard. My friends, for a large country like India, one of our primary objectives is to create employment for the 12 million people who enter the labor force every year. I want to use this platform and urge our luminaries of the corporate world to create more jobs for our youth to further their indomitable spirit. There is no doubt that together we will succeed in making not only a better India, but a better world. Let us join hands to work for a better future. Because this slogan that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole world is family, was given by India, not by any other country. At the end, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Again, at the end, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries, and everyone associated with this esteemed organization for continuing with the rich tradition of holding this annual convention where thought leaders share their ideas and perspectives that help the government to form policies that are in the best interest of the industry and the nation and the society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Raksha Mantri ji, thank you so much. Namaskar. This has been one of the most outstanding addresses, and your interpretation of Inspired India will remain with us forever and inspire us to keep doing more for this beautiful country. May I now request Uday Shankar, President-elect, to give the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Honorable Raksha Mantri ji, it's a matter of honor and pleasure for me to offer the vote of thanks. However, I'm struggling with words to capture the spirit and the range of issues and the comprehensive subjects that you have covered in this absolutely delightful valedictory speech. This is what a valedictory speech is meant to be, but we at FICCI could not have imagined that you would capture so many issues so eloquently and so succinctly in this short period of time. Sir, you said that the pandemic has pushed the boundaries of human ingenuity and India has risen up to the challenge. And you said that stopping, halting and moving back wasn't an option for us. I would like to say that the number of years that I have seen you, Honorable Defense Minister, रुकना ठहरना और पीछे हटना आपकी भी फितरत नहीं है. आप हमेशा से ही आगे बढ़ते रहे हैं, चाहे जो भी चैलेंजेस, जो भी चुनौतियां आपके रास्ते में आई हों, आपने उनका जिम्मेवारी से निर्वहन किया है. और वो हमने इस पूरे पैंडेमिक के दरमियान भी देखा कि जब देश पूरा एक अंदर कोरोना वायरस से जूझ रहा था, आपके पास और हमारे आर्म फोर्सेस को लीड करने के लिए एक नई चुनौती थी और आपने कितनी सफलता से उस चुनौती का निर्वहन किया है, ये हम सब देखकर अति उत्साहित हैं. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for gracing the valedictory session of FICCI and thank you for your leadership. May I now request all FICCI members to continue because President Sangeeta Reddy will make a presentation to the group. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Ready. Okay. Good afternoon, respected members of FICCI, erudite past presidents of this august chamber who built it to what it is today and have given me so much support in the last 12 months. Our esteemed delegates, wonderful secretariat, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and namaste. The year 2020 started for me with excitement and a sense of purpose about the opportunity to serve business and through business to serve the nation. But then COVID-19 pandemic struck and we had to quickly alter our plans. So it was a wonderful beginning, but things really changed. But at FICCI, our priority was somehow to focus on dissemination. I'm trying to do this as a combination of the speech and multiple pictures of the year gone by, simply so that we can get an essence of what happened over the year. I hope this, we're able to coordinate this a bit. But this will also help us save time so we can move into the next session. Typically, they do all the pictures and then a speech. I'm trying to combine both. Let's go ahead with the video, please. So at FICCI, our priority was really to focus on dissemination and understand the extent of the impact, the lockdown, the coordination between the members. And while we began the year, I think I was lucky to have the Prime Minister's meeting very early with the entire Presidium, many past presidents. And even then we presented to him. And over the year, we've had the opportunity to continue on more than 5 occasions to discuss with him about the package, about the defense, about the coal mining. But the year also had, incidences like President Trump. We met President Bolsonaro when he was here. But then, in dark times, the eye begins to see, is what Theodore Roethlisberger said. And the dark time was really the COVID pandemic. But we began to see through and say, what more can we do? What should we do? We presented packages to the government. We gave our recommendations and initiatives for revival. And at that time, when we presented 10 lakh crores, everybody said, how is this going to happen? But we said, this is the need of the country. Let's present it and see what happens. So I think the government took one step extra in the fiscal and non-fiscal. It really went on to much more. We parallelly also found hope and support, meeting with leaders, connecting on, the VC, finding different ways. Some of the pictures that you will see now will be a lot about the pre-pandemic, where I think in the first 2.5 months, we did manage to meet a number of senior leaders to continue the tradition of FICCI of calling upon senior ministers, senior bureaucrats, and explaining to them the ideology of FICCI, the fact that the engine of industry is a true contributor for the economy and for the people. And so continuing in the rich tradition, we also had multiple meetings to look at how we could enhance different sectors. DPIIT, we've worked with very extensively over the year, and you will see many more of those interactions as we go ahead. This was an important slide because Minister Hardeep Puri was the last session before, the wings was the last session before the lockdown. All this is during lockdown or post-lockdown, but post-COVID, where we continue to meet as many ministers. I did about 6 trips to Delhi, even during the COVID pandemic. I was happy to meet with Rajiv Kumar of NITI and, continued. So this was a pre-lockdown session. This also, I think, was a pre-lockdown session. So we continued to work with them. But throughout, our priority was really to find ways to interact, whether it was the Chief Minister of UP, the state center coordination, this industry individual member coordination, and to keep up the momentum and the pace of what we felt was critical, which is that keep businesses running, continue to give as much fiscal stimulus as possible, work with the international community for them to understand India's path, and also continue to ideate on what we could do to improve and enhance the current economy. And this was a series of policy initiatives as well as other special initiatives. We worked with different international and global agencies, addressed their conferences, whether it was the ILO, the WHO, of course, the United Council, the US Indo forums, the New Zealand forum. Multiple of these international forums continued to be a part. It may not have been physical, but I think the message that FICCI was intense, working together and finding ways to do business came across at every single session. I think the NECMs, we tried to work with getting as much consensus and participation from everyone. Of course, the Honorable Finance Minister was very kind. She came and visited us and spoke to us and interacted very intimately and got feedback from us on actually 3 different occasions, 3 different NECMs, and each one of them were extremely productive, insightful, very open and frank discussions. We also had the RBI governor with us. This was early on, but the budget inputs, I must state that 2 or 3 very significant inputs that we gave on the budget recommendation became part of the budget announcements. We also worked across various areas to, speak while also creating the pace and the momentum of the conferences. So, we've been privileged that every major leader did connect with us and find ways to keep up the programs and the initiatives. I think that I want to take one brief minute to speak about this program because somebody once said that, you sometimes live your whole life in 1 minute. And here we had an inheritor of the Ford family. I think I'm covering his picture. So there is Mr. Ford. We had Ajay Piramal, and we had Radha Swami, one of the senior sadhus with us. And, he was speaking about COVID. And Ajay spoke fantastically about everything that they had done. I spoke about the Apollo's COVID response and everything that FICCI was doing. Mr. Ford did the same, as did, all the others. And he said very beautifully that in these difficult times, we have to first be thankful that we were given the opportunity to serve. And so I stopped wondering, why did I become president in COVID time? I began to treat it as an opportunity to serve. And that was truly a turning point. I felt that everything that I had done, everything that I had done, even in my healthcare, was really for this moment. And so many of these things are so preordained that we cannot really, ask how. We can only say, what can we do to reimagine, reinvent, and reboot, and continue all the good things which were happening in the organization and find ways to keep moving on and keep doing more. So whether it was the Ayush conference, whether it was the deep discussions on agrochemicals, the fact that a sustainable, inclusive world was part of our dialogue at every conference wherever relevant, Mr. Mandavia, every single one of the ministers has been so proactive, so responsive, so open. And I congratulate FICCI for this incredible, I would say, not just heritage, but the great, the strength that has been built up in the brand, so that everybody is just ready to talk and to be part of these discussions. We continue to reiterate, and I hope, and I'm sure that this will keep on, that industry is a very important part of the engine of growth. And I think Mahatma Gandhi said that a man is but the product of his thoughts and what he thinks he becomes. And this truly reflects the existence of FICCI. So with the help of the Presidium, with work from McKinsey, with the complete dedication of the entire team, we just kind of embraced the new normal and kept going through a series of all these programs. We went digital, we ensured widespread access, we found a way to reach out. FICCI Frames, one of our landmark conferences, continued digital. You can imagine how that could be done, but even that happened. And FICCI took the lead in representing to the industry and bringing the much needed support and incentives. So whether it was webinars or going, the government state and center, working with industry leaders, talking to policy, the FinTech was a very important conference that we went on. We advocated the financial packages, the sectorial recommendations submitted to the government covering key areas of manufacturing, services, agriculture, keeping things going, and of course, food processing. We met with the Prime Minister on a few occasions and had the opportunity for several consultations with the commerce and industry. FICCI Heal continued, and I think it had the biggest response we've ever had in FICCI Heal. And by then, the bike platform was up, so the exhibition concept also started. Seeing the success of that, we continued to push the whole ideology of doing the virtual conferences. The Police Expo was one which happened before that we managed to do physically. But we also continued to give feedback on digital transformation, on the need of improved ease of doing business, to ensure, flow of funds to industry. The MSME was a very important part that we continued at every point to talk about. We were also able to give feedback to the finance ministry whenever any member had a problem accessing the emergency credit. We were able to give feedback, and some of those got sorted out. So I think, and similar for the supply chain, I think SG and the Secretariat and the state departments worked with different members and the group of secretaries to really real time, 24/7, find ways to clear up any of those supply chain disruptions. The global R&D session was something which was very important as well, but this is in a series, so literally every team, every specialty ensured that we not only met with them in virtual coffee meetings and then understood their issues, continued on with their conferences, and then connected them either with their department ministers or the relevant secretaries. As we began to also become an important part of planning for the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So you saw that on technical textiles. Besides that, air conditioning, furniture, the group of ministers, the presidium and few members of the chair of the manufacturing committee, we prepared special comprehensive detailed summary reports for them, which became part of the PLI scheme, part of the Atmanirbhar package. We had asked for 2 lakh crores under various measures to provide relief to the vulnerable section of society. And actually, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana announced 1.7 lakh crores. So the emergency line of credit that we requested for also became, one of the important parts. So we felt that, we were heard, and we maintained, like the sanitation coalition that Naina does, the good things continued and some new things began, like the virtual coffee interactions. I want to request all of you to see this for a minute, and this is that if you want to build a ship, you don't drum up people to collect the wood. You teach them how to long for the endless immensity of the ocean. And this is, I think, one of the themes that we did with the team at FICCI and with all the members and all the chairs and co-chairs. In that, we said it was not the number of presentations you make. We said it's not the number of interactions, even though we've had many. It was the fact that we dream of an India and a country where the economic engine is revved up by industry. We can continue. And that became the real core of what we were doing. And I think once everyone got into that ideology, that it's not about just having a program or just giving a policy document, it's about impact on the ground to society. That became a transformational moment for everyone in the organization. And so the rhythm of the meetings, the inputs, the follow-up were all guided by this principle that we were dreaming about the immensity of the possibility of serving the country through business. And FICCI, as the largest and the oldest apex chamber, had these insightful dialogues. They gave trends and forecasts and mentorship to businesses with the entire theme of revive, survive, and ultimately thrive. And in this, I want to specially talk about a few initiatives. Like I said earlier, MSME was a very important aspect of what we continued to speak about, ask for, request. We also launched the online portal for connecting MSMEs so that we now have a deeper connect with CMSME, which is also hosted on the FICCI website. And we're also hosting many of them on FICCI, the Expo. This will subsequently also allow a deeper interface. The other initiative that I feel very happy about is really the FICCI Empowering the Greater 50. And SG actually gave this name, and Smriti Irani really loved it and has supported us immensely in this. So the ministries have been part of it. My special thanks to Rajshri Birla ji as well as all the other women. She came forward with financial support, and I'm happy to state that till date we have directly impacted the livelihoods of over 33,000 women through mentorship, through direct financial access, through help. The FICCI Bike platform, I think, is another very important virtual platform. Bike is business, information, knowledge, and education. So the role we were among the first to come up with this virtual platform, which will now remain. And yeah, I think we launched it on that very important August 15th. It's a one-stop shop for conference, meeting rooms, exhibition, and at the back end, we're building a very powerful AI-enabled search engine, an ability to stay connected, to keep our databases connected. I hope this is one initiative which has been part of strengthening FICCI, while at the same time our social media presence across Twitter, across YouTube, all of them have grown from 30 to 55%. FICCI Fast Forward was another
People should be happy, the nation should be happy and happy.
We had insightful deep conversations with thought leaders, with members of the Presidium, who were able to talk about some of the important things. And I think Sanjeev at this point said, we need to infuse money now, otherwise it may become too late. And very quickly, some of the schemes were announced.
Well, our objective would be
Up is an initiative which is very close to my heart. Do we have the audio for this?
Every way possible for them.
I'll continue. Ajay and Saurabh,
Also be that the
who worked on Indian Angel Network, came and said that 10 years of innovation in this country will be lost if we don't do something for startups. And I'm very happy that FICCI and the team swung into action. We now have over 10,000 startup members registered. I'm looking forward to this initiative growing and all of us in industry really supporting them, creating a fund which IAN can work with so that we become part of the startup movement. Science meets industry is another very important aspect. You heard Peter Diamandis, you heard so many others. Science is changing the way the world and industry is working. And so we launched this initiative that there will be, from the deep scientific institutions, CSIR, all the others, an ability for business to interact so that they begin the process of moving from bench to bedside in healthcare, but from bench to market in every other field. So I think these 3 or 4 initiatives, as well as the Expo, are something which are new, and I look forward to your continued support in making this happen. I'm moving out here, but I think the number is about, the interactions were about 526 over the period of the year, whether it was ministers, in person or virtual, the chairs, co-chairs, all these meetings. And I remember, when Sandeep Somani last year had his really fantastic AGM last year, and I wondered, how are we going to do all the work that he did? And then with COVID, it became tougher. So I think we've kind of been able to match and get somewhere near that. And here, I think the credit goes to FICCI and the team, to the entire capability. I'm putting this one up because I wanted that point to be made, that the statements, please keep going, the statements that we made, this was the representation we made on the stimulus package for 10 lakh crores. These are the different reports we've made for Atmanirbhar Bharat on manufacturing. Key elements of these reports have actually translated. And here, the number of accepted representations is actually 223, 261 partially represented, and 694 under consideration. So I think that's been a pretty good number. I'm glad SG started tracking this. This is a new trend of the team, that we not just give things, but we make sure they happen. We moved quickly into the Inspired India because that was a reflection of what we were feeling, that the positivity that we had must be translated. And while positive was very difficult in 2020, nobody wanted to be COVID positive.
Is the most important asset that they have.
We found a way.
You take away everything from those leaders
a business positivity. So whether it was Peter saying that mindset is the most important,
the reality is
or we had Satya who actually said that the new technology will enable. I'm going to try and let you hear this.
Every organization out there in India and elsewhere can create their own technology, right? Because it's not about celebrating our tech, it's about tools for other people to be able to create more tech. And that, gives us, I think, a real direction to what we are trying to get done.
We also recommend that the U.S. government
pursue formal AI cooperation agreements in the overall
Okay,
region.
the rendering of the audio
This
from
includes
the video
deepening the cooperation that the
coming?
US, Australia, India, and Japan have through this Quad that I mentioned earlier.
I shall continue. Fine, yes. Let it keep playing.
आजादी के आंदोलन से लेकर आज तक फिक्की की भी देश की विकास यात्रा में बड़ी भूमिका रही। फिक्की के भी 100 वर्ष बहुत दूर नहीं है। इस महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव पर आपको राष्ट्र निर्माण की अपनी भूमिका को और विस्तार देना और व्यापक बनाना है। आपके प्रयास आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अभियान को और गति देंगे। आपके प्रयास लोकल के लिए वोकल के मंत्र को पूरी दुनिया तक पहुंचाएंगे। आखिर में मैं डॉक्टर संगीता रेड्डी जी को प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में एक बेहतरीन कार्यकाल के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथ ही भाई उदय शंकर जी को भविष्य के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप सबके बीच आने का मौका मिला, मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
So no one could have summed it up better than the Honorable Prime Minister, who called upon our history and our heritage and the important trust that the country has in us to serve the nation through growth of the industry. So I want to conclude by thanking all of you. I came to FICCI as an admirer. I will remain as an ambassador. I also want to say that the goodwill built up, the support of the Presidium and of the senior leadership and past presidents is unprecedented and one of our biggest strengths. It is what has enabled us to face this crisis with maturity, pragmatism, innovation, and to come out as strong. I want to thank the chairs, the co-chairs, and everyone for their active participation. And once again reiterate that some people live a lifetime in a moment, and this year has gone by in a moment. And as I lay down the office of the President FICCI, like I said, I will always remain a FICCI ambassador. And I also want to end by thanking all of you, especially YK, Sanjeev, immediate past president. I will later wish Uday and Sandeep, immediate past president. I'll later wish Uday and Sanjeev all the very best. I also want to say thank you to the team at FICCI, the entire secretariat. I think FICCI would have gone on, all these programs would have happened. So I just say, team of FICCI, you could have done all this without me, but I couldn't have done this without you. So thank you all very much. And it's been a really memorable year. Namaste.
Thank you. With that, we will go to the formal meeting of the annual general meeting.